sound comes first. Hoofbeats, sharp and urgent, echoing across the moonlit glen. Mist clings to the banks of the loch, turning every shadow into a wavering figure. A horse, sleek and black as pitch, emerges from the reeds. Its mane drips as though it has just risen from the water itself. Villagers stand frozen, lanterns trembling in their hands. The animal tosses its head, eyes glinting green like submerged fire. For a moment, it seems almost ordinary, almost inviting. Then a boy, breathless with curiosity, steps forward and places a hand on its damp flank. The horse shudders. A noise rumbles low in its chest, neither neigh nor growl. The boy swings onto its back. He grins, urging the others to follow. But when they reach for him, his hands cling to the beast's hide as if fused by tar. The horse bolts, plunging straight into the loch. Only ripples remain. The boy's cry is swallowed by the black water. A mother collapses to her knees at the shore. The others whisper the word they fear to say aloud: Kelpie. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The narrative of the Kelpie is born in moments like these. Shocks etched into memory, warnings carried on the current of oral tradition. In 18th century Scotland, rivers and lochs are not simply bodies of water. They are thresholds, dangerous and alive, demanding respect. The highlands and lowlands alike are laced with stories of creatures lurking in the depths, and none are more feared than the shape-shifting water horse. The loch at night is a landscape of silence, broken only by lapping water. Villagers know these places as both providers and predators. Salmon, trout, and clean drinking water come from the same source that can claim children and cattle without warning. Nature here is not neutral. It watches. It waits. To explain sudden loss or drownings, the Kelpie steps forth, carrying the dread of water into a form people understand. A horse, beautiful and terrible, that beckons and betrays. Folklorists of later centuries trace this figure back through the Celtic imagination, linking it to gods and spirits of the waters. But in the 1700s, those who live near the rivers do not need scholars. They know the danger from lived experience. A storm can rise without warning. A child can vanish in seconds. To say Kelpie is to weave misfortune into a narrative that both terrifies and consoles. After all, if a horse carried the boy away, then the death had intention, fate rather than meaningless accident. These stories travel quickly. A drowned shepherd in Glencoe, a vanished child at Loch Lomond, a herd of cattle lost in the River Dee. Each tragedy is folded into the larger body of lore, whispered in cottages and repeated at market stalls. The descriptions are strangely consistent. The backward-turned hooves, the dripping mane, the sound of laughter as the beast disappears beneath the surface. Such details bind separate communities into a shared understanding of peril. One might ask, why a horse? In Scotland, the horse is both friend and servant, essential to farming and travel. To imagine that very companion turning traitor gives the tale its sting. It reflects the thin line between trust and betrayal, between reliance and ruin. A horse's power, mobility, life. But when shaped by the loch's hunger, it becomes death disguised as aid. On certain nights, the loch is said to whisper. People report hearing their names carried on the breeze, urging them to step closer. The water shines like a mirror, and some swear that within its surface, a dark steed waits, eyes unblinking. This tension between reflection and reality, between lure and loss, will carry the Kelpie's story across generations. Already, in this opening moment, we see how one disappearance becomes a parable. Parents clutch their children tighter. Farmers whisper charms before leading animals to drink. Lanterns are raised high at dusk. Shadows scanned for the outline of a horse that should not be there. These are not idle fears. They structure daily life, embedding caution into ritual. As the boy's cry fades into the loch, the villagers make the sign of the cross, though some quietly scatter salt at their feet. Christianity offers one framework, but older practices endure beneath. Protection comes from every source available. And so, with a body lost to the depths and a story secured on the tongue, the Kelpie rises as both monster and memory. It is no longer only the loch's secret. It is the village's burden. The night ends with silence, save for the faint lapping of water against stone. Yet in that sound, an unspoken warning hums. The lochs of Scotland have teeth, and those teeth wear the mask of a horse. Morning rises over the glen, pale light filtering through the highland mist. Dew clings to the heather, and the surface of the loch looks calm, betraying nothing of the night before. Yet within the village, talk of the drowned boy spreads with the certainty of wildfire. At the hearthside, men mutter that the waters must be watched. At the spinning wheel, women repeat the tale, embellishing it with each turn. A legend gains flesh, not in a single retelling, but in countless echoes, each voice shaping fear into memory. To the people of 18th century Scotland, the world is neither fixed nor wholly explained. Nature itself speaks with moods. Winds shift suddenly, rivers swell without warning, and fog erases paths that were clear a moment earlier. In such a world, every feature of the landscape seems animated with spirit. This way of understanding, the substrate belief that predates both Crown and Kirk, sees rivers as alive, lochs as mouths, forests as listening walls. The Kelpie belongs to this worldview, not simply a beast, but the will of the water itself. Children grow up hearing that the water listens. A dropped stone may anger it. A careless laugh on the shore might invite it closer. These warnings are not idle. They are tools of survival in a land where drowning is a constant threat. In fact, parish records from Perthshire and Argyll list more drownings than deaths by fire or wolves combined. Water claims quietly but often, and so people imagine intention behind the loss. A child slipping into the loch is one story. A Kelpie pulling him under makes it purposeful and strangely more endurable. Villagers teach children to watch for signs. Silence of birds overhead, an unnatural ripple against the current, a horse appearing where no stable stands nearby. Mothers murmur these warnings as lullabies. Fathers point to hoof prints in the mud and ask, do they lead forward or backward? For in Kelpie lore, hooves turn the wrong way, a mocking inversion of the natural order. By day, the loch may look harmless, but superstition insists danger lingers even in sunlight. Fishermen speak of sudden splashes far from shore, or the sight of reeds trembling though no wind blows. A horse's head, they claim, can break the surface before vanishing again, dripping weeds like a drowned crown. Skeptics might call it otters, seals, or tricks of light, but those who live by the water prefer safer explanations. Best not to risk laughter at the Kelpie's expense. Interestingly, these substrate beliefs weave seamlessly into everyday life. Before leading livestock across a ford, a farmer might tip a splash of ale into the current, an offering to calm whatever dwells beneath. When crossing bridges, some whisper a prayer not just to God, but to the river itself. The blending of respect and fear ensures survival, but it also keeps the story alive. Imagine walking alone at dusk, the mist curling low, reeds whispering with each breeze. In such moments, one feels watched. A loch is never silent. There is always a lap, a gurgle, the faint trickle of unseen rivulets. To explain that sensation, villagers picture a presence. Not formless, but familiar. A horse. Why? Because horses are known, work animals, steeds of travel, companions of farm and field. If one can imagine a trusted creature suddenly turning treacherous, then the feeling of being lured by the loch makes sense. Some claim to have heard voices on the water, soft, coaxing, almost like family calling them home. The Kelpie is not only sight, but sound, the uncanny mimicry of human tones. Fishermen return from late nights insisting they heard their mother's voice or their brother's laughter across the waves. To step closer is to risk being claimed. What would you have done, standing on that bank with only a lantern for company? The Kirk preaches that all such voices are demonic tricks, lures of Satan disguised in familiar form. But the villagers know differently. They know the water itself has moods, and those moods require placation. Priests may banish superstition with sermons, but the people live with the loch daily. Their understanding is less about dogma and more about survival. By the mid-1700s, belief in the Kelpie is not marginal. It is woven into communal life as much as weather lore or farming practice. Just as one watches the sky for storm clouds, one watches the loch for a ripple too smooth, too deliberate. Story becomes warning. Warning becomes ritual. And through ritual, belief persists. One Highland elder puts it plainly: the loch is not empty. To say it is empty is to tempt it. In his words lies the truth of substrate belief. Water is never mere water. It is presence, it is power, and if it wishes, it takes. The Kelpie is simply the shape given to that truth. A dark horse grazing at the edge of sight, waiting for the careless step. And so the drowned boy's story, begun in terror, is carried into daily practice. Salt is scattered at thresholds, iron nails are hammered into barn doors, and children are taught to recite protective rhymes before approaching the water. Fear crystallizes into custom. The Kelpie has moved from loch to mind, inhabiting every cautious gesture of the people. Dawn smoke curls from peat fires, and the loch's breath meets at mid-air, gray upon gray, as if water and hearth conspire. The village carries on, boots in the byre, milk in the pail, but the drowned boy's name hangs, unspoken, in each doorway. He becomes part of what elders already know, that Scotland's waters are older than the Kirk's bells and will outlast them. When people here speak of the Kelpie, they do not picture a brand new terror. They feel a long route, twined deep under church floors, reaching back to the time when every stream had a guardian, and every spring an appetite that required feeding. He moves through this thought carefully, like a traveler choosing stones in a ford. The old ties stand everywhere if one knows where to look. A hill marked by an ancient ring that no one plows. A spring circled with low stones, the surface oily with coin glint. A rag tree, Clutywell, a tree of rags tied at a holy spring by the road where the cloth strips flutter like trapped whispers. Here, offerings still appear, a pin, a shell, a twist of wool. The name on the spring is Christian, often. Saint Philin, Saint Machar, Saint Columba. But what the hand does has a long memory. It is the same old bargaining with water, the same soft plea. Take this token and spare my child. Travelers in the 1770s write of St. Fillan's Pool in Strathfillan, where people seek healing by night, bound in ritual silence and dipped in chill water before being tied with rope near the ruined chapel. The method is Christian in frame, saint and ruin, prayer and cross, but the engine beneath feels older. Immersion, binding, a covenant with a living pool. The Kelpie is not named in such rites, yet the fear that drives them belongs to him, the dread that water has volition and will claim a body unless befriended first. The church tries to frame the pool as sanctified. The villagers nod and keep doing what their grandparents did. He pauses at a memory older still, carried in books. Adamnan's Vita Columbae, late 7th century, telling how Columba, in the year 565 according to later reckonings, meets a water beast in the river Ness and commands it to turn back. Hagiography, saint's life, yes, and a story shaped to honor Columba's power. But its existence proves something, that the thought of a predator in the current is not a new fear of the 18th century. The form shifts, a nameless beast for Adamnan, a glossy horse for Highlanders later, but the waters will remain steady. Christianity arrives and sets a cross on the bank. The river keeps its secrets. People keep their caution. Names matter. In the lowlands they say Kelpie in Scots, a word that tastes of alder smoke and market talk. Up the glens and out upon the islands, Gaelic speakers whisper each uisge, Gaelic for water horse, with a weightier dread. Many who live by sea lochs distinguish them, a Kelpie by the rivers and fords, and each wee in the lochs and salt inlets, stronger, crueler, quicker to devour. The differences shift from parish to parish, but the language itself, a living border, shapes how people imagine the thing. A word in Scots sounds close to the lawyer's tongue and the kirk session's notes. A word in Gaelic carries the hearth's breath and the mountain wind. It refuses the court's neat lines. The creature slips between tongues as easily as it shifts from horse to man. On the shore, such politics of language feel far away. A crofter kneels to check a leaking boat and murmurs to the loch not to pull him in. He sprinkles a fingerful of ale into the water, custom as old as he can measure, explained now as a courtesy to Saint whoever, whose name hangs on the parish. A woman takes a child by the hand and ties a red thread, rowan thread, she says, around the wrist before they cross the bridge. The priest calls the thread superstition, but he blesses the bridge anyway on rogation days, when the parish beats the bounds and prays for protection from flood. If the holy water tossed from the aspergillum is not another offering to the river, then it is a coincidence hiding in plain sight. He considers how belief survives weather and law alike. In 1736, the Witchcraft Act passes in Great Britain, repealing the old statutes that once sent suspected witches to trial and fire. The act makes the practice, or rather the claiming to practice, witchcraft a fraud. Officially, the state declares that spirits and spells are not real. Practically, the loch continues to drown, cattle continue to go missing at fords, and mothers continue to murmur names toward the water with a mix of fear and respect. The paper law loosens the noose. Good for the living. The older law of flood and current remains, uninterested in Parliament. On thin veil nights, Samhain, the hinge of late October into early November, doors are barred early in some townships. Samhain, Gaelic festival marking summer's end, brings out stories. Fire leaps high, and adults speak low while children watch for sparks falling like fiery rain on the black water. It is said that the Kelpie prefers the turn of the year, when the old and the new stand head to head like rams. No one writes this in a statute or posts it as a parish notice, but the rhythm of village life obeys it. Animals are kept tight to the yard. Lanterns are checked twice. The water receives more ale that night than most. At Clutie wells along the Black Isle and elsewhere, the custom of tying cloth for healing leans into Christian language, offering a prayer to the saint whose name crowns the spring. Yet the logic beneath is animist. A rag absorbs illness. The tree takes it away. The water carries it off. He lifts one strip, crusted with salt and thyme, and feels it scratch against the breeze. If the question forms, is this Christian or something older? The answer is easiest. Yes, it is both. The people need both. The saint stands as a good neighbor. The water remains what it has always been. In such a fusion, the Kelpie finds a perfect home, not exercised, not enthroned, but negotiated with, night after night, year after year. In song and proverb, the old gods linger by other names. River Dee, once diva, goddess to Roman ears, keeps a feminine cast in local speech. The Tay wears epithets of strength that fit a chieftain as easily as a spirit. A fisherman calls the Spey her, not out of grammar, but because she behaves like a person, capricious, generous, sudden. In this grammar lives an inheritance. When a story speaks of a water horse who comes ashore, he is not always a stranger crashing the party. He is sometimes the laird of the water, stepping over the threshold to collect on a forgotten rent. The Kelpies of parish telling rarely ask for formal worship. They want caution, respect, and on unlucky days, company beneath the surface. Yet memory of offering persists. A coin pressed into the hollow of a stone by the ford, bread broken and tossed before a dangerous crossing, a churn of butter left by the door after a child recovers from fever, returned to the loch at dusk like interest paid. It costs little, an old woman says, and it offends no one. Who would she be insulting? The saint? The stream? She will not risk learning which has the touchier temper. In the lowlands, where kirks grow larger and roads improve, the stories bend but do not break. Market towns gossip of a gentleman on a midnight ride who meets a glossy mount by the river bank, one that carries him a mile before the saddle seems to melt and the reins tighten like eel-slick hands. He crosses himself, though he claims not to be the sort, and flings a pocket knife into the water. Iron, the elders told him once, offends the other world. The knife vanishes with a hiss, as if dropped on a hot iron plate. He crawls to the bank, clothes ripped and dignity worse for wear. It was near the bridge, he mutters to the innkeeper. Near the bridge and the old stone. The innkeeper nods. Of course it was near the old stone. These places remember people. Up the Great Glen, stories lean more Gaelic and more salt-edged. Islanders on sea lochs speak of each Wiesca as a guest one never invites and never refuses. Handsome as a laird when he comes walking, tar-muscled as a stallion when he runs the shore. They say the smell of seaweed clings to him in both shapes, and that if he sits by the fire too long, the kelp begins to smoke dry. A hearthwife, in one tale, makes a joke of it. There's your supper cooking. And he smiles with too many teeth. She never makes that joke again. Light humor in the face of fear, a thimble of it now and then, keeps breath from catching in the throat. He carries forward the drowned boy's tale and sets it alongside these older lines, like laying a fresh-cut thread across an ancient tapestry. The bright strands belong together. a hagiographer's beast in the Ness, a saint's well renamed, where an older spring once took offerings, a clootie tree that belongs to both chapel and hill, a father who trusts his iron pocket knife more than his catechism when the horse turns wrong beneath him. In such interweaving, the Kelpie feels inevitable, a form water wears when speaking to human fear. Rites of birth pull the old ties tighter. Some families mark solstice arrivals with an uneasy glance toward the nearest river. Children born too near the solstice, long night, thin border, have a pull toward water, some say. The loch will call them by name before they can speak. A mother rubs a newborn's forehead with salt, the kitchen's closest apotropaic, and lays a sprig of rowan above the cradle. She will later tell a neighbor this is simply custom, something her mother did for her, something the priest does not mention from the pulpit and does not forbid in confession. If the baby lives, the salt stays in the salt box. If the baby sickens, a rag finds its way to the nearest clootie tree, and the mother walks home lighter by one ribbon of hope. He looks downriver toward towns that feed the law. There, magistrates write neat lines across messy lives, and not without some mercy. The 1736 Act spares people the machinery of witch panic, good and right. But the language of the Act, fraud, imposture, grinds oddly against a crofter's ordinary caution at dusk. Shall he declare the river inert because London says so? He will nod and pay his tax. Then he will scatter his fingerful of ale before stepping onto a ferry. The ferry is new wood and rope, a symptom of modern improvement. The ale on the current is older than timber law. There is a saying he hears north of Perth. Do not name a thing with one name. It means speak in layers. It means do not rely on one witness, one map, one prayer. The Kelpie wears the saint's spring habit easily because the people wear two names for every danger. An illness is fever. It is also a touch from across the water. A flood is rainfall and snowmelt. It is also displeasure. The double naming does not dilute reality. It doubles vigilance. If the bridge is checked by mason and blessed by priest and courted by ale with a handful of barley tossed at its first crossing, then perhaps the crossing stands. Night draws in, the mist finding new shapes along reed beds, and the old ties show themselves again in the body. Some who have escaped the Kelpie, or say they have, keep marks on their skin, wheels that look like rope burns, the kind one might get from slick kelp pulled tight. Others carry the smell of the loch for days, no matter how they scrub, as if the water refuses to release them entirely. Body marks, waterweed burns, people call them, do not make the Kirk register. They make believability in the kitchen, where scars speak louder than sermons. He recalls a whispered teaching a shepherd gives his apprentice near the Spey. When the birds fall quiet all at once, look at your feet. If you stand nearer the water than you meant, step back before you think. The loch likes a daydreamer. A recurring omen, sudden silence of birds, threads old knowledge to the present. No saint's name is needed to make that instruction holy. The boy who vanished under the horse's slick back remains in mind. A fresh-cut edge crisscrossing the tapestry. His mother lights a candle at the Marian altar. Our Lady of the Rosary, a new statue in a chapel that once looked sternly away from such adornment, and she lays a ribbon at the clootie tree on her way home. At the threshold, she canvasses the door with her palm, as if feeling for a draught. Then she pinches salt into her apron pocket. It is not that she believes salt will bring her boy back. It is that salt makes the world feel keener in her hands, a proof that she can still change some small thing. The old and the new fold into each other, like water and smoke against the shore. On such nights, he asks, not aloud, not to any one person, whether the layering hides a contradiction or reveals a craft. Does a saint's well sanctify an older spring, or does the spring make the saint feel real underfoot? If you step onto a bridge blessed on rogation and feel your palms itch until you toss a finger of ale over the side, which act saved you? Which would you leave off next time without a shiver? The question does not need an answer to work. It keeps people cautious. It keeps them alive. A few miles from Stirling, parish notes mention drowning deaths in a year of swollen rains. The minister writes that the congregation should avoid idle tales of water spirits. He underlines the phrase. The same week, a blacksmith forges a bridle with an iron charm in its brow band, a simple cross cut deeply, and says nothing about it to the minister when they pass on the street. He knows horses. He knows bridges. He knows the way hooves change when near the ford. He is not ashamed of either knowledge, the catechism, or the old cut of practical warding. He would no more throw away the one than the other. Both are tools. Both belong on his bench. In a marketplace near the Forth, a ballad seller unfolds a sheet, the ink still wet, telling of a girl who spied a fine horse by the water and was nearly taken, save for the salt she wore. The rhyme sells because it sings. It also sells because it says the world is negotiable. If salt and thread and prayer and a careful ear for bird quiet can edge the odds, then life by the loch feels a fraction less arbitrary. The old gods beneath the saints do not demand temples. They demand attention, and attention is a currency everyone has, some days more than others. He closes the day on the bank with the simplest of recognitions. Water is older than doctrine. Doctrine, good and guiding, teaches him to bless, to repent, to forgive. Water teaches him to watch. Put together, they teach him to live near the loch without losing himself to it. When he hears the first nightbird cease, he steps back from the weed-slick stones without needing to think. The reflex is not superstition, he would argue. It is respect. And respect, in a country of rivers and rain, is not a choice. It is a rope thrown from one generation to the next, to keep each from being pulled too quickly under. The hearth glows faintly as families gather close, children pressed against skirts and sleeves, waiting for the day's stories. Outside, wind combs the reeds along the loch, but within, voices steady themselves. A tale begins, not of saints or ancient wells, but of the Kelpie's most familiar shape. It is always the horse first, the lure of power and beauty at once. Few creatures stir the Scottish heart like the horse, strong enough to pull plow or wagon, quick enough to carry a rider across moor and glen, loyal enough to trust with one's life. That loyalty is precisely why the Kelpie's disguise cuts deepest. Mothers frame it as warning. If a horse stands by the loch side with no master near, do not mount it, for it is no horse you see, but the water horse, waiting to take you under. Children hear this even before they can walk, a nursery refrain as constant as prayers at bedtime. The Kelpie's trick is simple. Appear as a stray mount, saddle-free, glossy as if brushed for market, beckoning. And what child, hungry for adventure, could resist? That is the terror. The lure is not in grotesquerie, but in familiarity. Some stories paint the Kelpie as irresistible. Its hide, slick with water, holds fast whatever hand touches it. A rider mounting cannot dismount, cannot even loosen grip. Others suggest its spell is subtler, an enchantment that clouds the mind, making one believe the horse a long-lost steed or a gift from Providence. In either telling, the fate is the same. The rider carried to the depths, lungs filling with cold black water. Descriptions vary across glens, yet certain details recur. The mane is always wet, dripping even in summer heat. The eyes gleam with a strange light likened to peat fires in the bog, green, orange, unnatural. The hooves, when noticed, turn backward, prints leading away from the loch as though mocking pursuit. Elders insist these traits matter. To ignore them is folly. To know them is survival. Children are taught to look for what seems almost right, but not quite. The backward hoof, the endless dripping. Signs that truth hides behind disguise. Folklore often frames the Kelpie as laughing. As it plunges into the loch, carrying its victims, a sound like cruel mirth rises above the splash. Some say the sound is not laughter, but the rush of water itself, misheard by frightened ears. Yet once a detail repeats often enough, it cements into story. Soon, the Kelpie becomes not only horse, but trickster, cruel in joy, mocking human weakness. Communities use these stories not only for caution, but for cohesion. A child who resists temptation becomes wise. A youth who ignores the warning and drowns becomes a reminder etched into the collective. The Kelpie thus serves as both monster and moral, shaping behavior at the shore. Parents wield its image as one might wield a rod. Better frighten a child with tales than risk their wandering near the loch alone. Historical accounts echo the folklore. In 1722, near Glenelg, reports spread of a boy who vanished after chasing what he called a horse by the water. Neighbors claimed hoofprints led from the reeds, but ended abruptly at the loch's edge. Parish records mention only a drowning of one lad, aged 10. Yet in kitchens and byres, the name Kelpie was whispered, tying one family's grief to a larger body of lore. What strikes outsiders most is not the horror itself, but the familiarity with which it is carried. The Kelpie is not a distant terror like dragons in far-off tales. It is the neighbor's horse turned treacherous, the very form one trusts most, twisted into betrayal. The uncanny rests not in strangeness but in resemblance. To see a shape one knows, mane, hooves, glossy flank. Yet sense it wrong is to stand at the edge of nightmare while still awake. Why a horse? Perhaps because water itself behaves like a horse, strong, unpredictable, capable of carrying life or snatching it away. A galloping flood mirrors a galloping steed, unstoppable and heedless of what lies before it. In this mirror, people cast the Kelpie as embodiment of what they already know. Water's dual nature, giver and taker. Ballads sung in market towns capture this duality. One verse warns of a maiden who mounted a lochside horse and vanished, her bonnet found tangled in reeds. Another sings of a man who captured a Kelpie with iron chains, forcing it to work his mill wheel until, with a hiss of rage, it broke free and returned to the loch. Such ballads spread the lore across distances, binding communities who may never share the same waters, but share the same dread. The Kelpie's lure reaches beyond childhood warnings. Adults, too, recognize the temptation. A lone traveler on a stormy night, weary and burdened, might see a riderless horse and feel sudden relief. To resist mounting requires willpower. In this, the Kelpie reveals something darker, the human yearning for aid, for ease, for shortcuts across hardship. The very desire to be helped becomes the snare. What would you have done? after a day's journey in the rain, seeing a fine black horse by the ford. Would you have trusted the warning or taken the chance? The question lingers because the Kelpie is not merely a monster. It is a test of judgment, a mirror of weakness. In every telling, the story asks less about the beast and more about the person facing it. And so, the image of the dripping horse, mane tangled with waterweed, becomes iconic across Scotland. It stands as both threat and lesson, a figure shaped by centuries of grief and imagination. Each hoofprint, each ripple, each whispered laugh of the lochs cements the waterhorse into the culture's marrow. The Kelpie, by appearing so ordinary, secures its place as extraordinary. A chill dusk settles across the highlands, and once again, villagers glance toward the water before latching their shutters. The day's labor ends, yet unease lingers. For though the Kelpie often wears the guise of a horse, it carries other signatures, marks of doom that announce its presence. These signs, subtle yet dire, weave themselves into daily life, shaping how people move, watch, and even breathe near the loch. One such mark is the backward hoofprint. Farmers know their animals' tracks as well as their own children's faces. A cow leaves a wide cloven mark. A horse leaves a neat oval, forward-pointing, clean and sure. But the Kelpie in disguise leaves prints reversed, as though galloping away from the water even as it waits to drag its prey inward. At first glance, the track appears normal. Only the practiced eye or the suspicious mind notices the inversion. To see it is to feel a prickling dread, the earth itself declaring, here is something against the natural order. Another trait, the mane forever dripping, no matter the season. In mid-July, when the heather is dry and dust clouds lift with every hoof, the Kelpie's hair still clings with wetness, strands tangled like river weed. Children are warned to watch for this. A horse that sweats is a horse worked hard, elders say. But a horse that drips when no rain has fallen, best turn away. Then there are the eyes, glowing in twilight. Witnesses describe them as peat fire embers, dull orange and green at once. Not a brightness like flame, but a steady, unsettling burn, the way a bog glows in the night when methane catches. Some insist the eyes can hypnotize, pulling the gaze until resistance falters. It is said that one look can undo a man's caution, convincing him the creature is his own lost steed, returned from some impossible errand. Occasionally, the Kelpie betrays itself by laughter. The sound is strange, half neigh, half human chuckle. Fishermen at the River Dee claim to have heard it echoing across the water after dusk, though no horse stood near. It was as though the loch itself laughed, one elder recalled, and I knew to pack my nets and go. Such sounds fold fear into memory. They are proof to villagers that what lurks beneath is not beast alone, but spirit with intent. These marks of doom matter not only as warnings, but as teaching tools. Parents turn them into games. A child points to hoofprints and asks whether they point the right way. Another pretends to brush a mane and checks whether it feels dry or wet. In learning to identify the Kelpie's signs, children also learn discipline, attentiveness, and suspicion, qualities vital for survival in landscapes that can kill the careless. The parish of Kilmarack recorded in 1737 a case where cattle drowned mysteriously in the River Bowley. Farmers noted that hoofprints at the bank seemed reversed. No court or kirk would write Kelpie into their record, but the story traveled nonetheless. Neighbors told of hearing strange whinnies in the fog, of cattle lowing in terror before silence fell. By the time dawn came, carcasses bobbed against the reeds. Loss of livestock in such times was ruinous, and so the Kelpie became an explanation sharp enough to wound, but also to carry grief. It is curious how these traits accumulate across stories, gaining authority by repetition. One village may invent a dripping mane, another adds glowing eyes. Over generations, these details converge until even skeptics know the markers by heart. To reject them outright is to risk being labeled arrogant, tempting fate. Even travelers passing through are advised, if you see a horse with wet mane by the water, best leave it be. Such advice is given lightly, almost as courtesy, but behind it stands centuries of fear. The backward hoof especially fascinates. In folklore across Europe, reversal often signals the uncanny. Witches are said to ride broomsticks backward. Spirits walk with feet inverted to confuse pursuers. In the Kelpie's case, the backward hoof is both symbol and snare, drawing attention to the unnatural while mocking human observation. Some even say the Kelpie stamps backward on purpose, a sly gesture of its intelligence, leaving tracks as bait. At times, the Kelpie appears as half horse, half something else, its shape flickering, unable to hold entirely. Witnesses speak of a mane that melts into kelp, hooves that seem like wet stones, or breath that smells of brine. These mutations heighten the sense of dread, reminding all that the creature belongs to no stable, no barn, no field. It belongs to the loch, and the loch alone. Imagine walking home at twilight, mist clinging low, and spotting a glossy black horse grazing at the bank. Relief might swell, transport, companionship, safety. But then, just before stepping closer, you notice its eyes shimmer too steadily. Its hooves mark the earth in reverse. Would you trust your senses or your longing? That hesitation, that moment of decision, is where the Kelpie lives. And always, the story closes the same way. Those who ignore the marks of doom vanish, claimed by the water. Their absence becomes another lesson for the living. Each footprint, each gleaming eye, each dripping mane is not only a sign of the Kelpie, but also a reminder that vigilance is the only defense. In a land where water gives life yet takes it freely, such vigilance is wisdom itself. By weaving these traits into culture, the Kelpie becomes more than a monster. It becomes a code, a way of reading the world. To know the backward hoof is to know danger. To recognize the dripping mane is to choose survival. And to teach these marks is to pass on not just fear, but the memory of those already lost. The candle sputters in a croft, smoke curling against the rafters. A child asks the question every parent dreads: what keeps it away? And so begins the long teaching of protections, those small, stubborn gestures meant to hold a Kelpie at bay. Across 18th century Scotland, these apotropaics, objects and rituals believed to ward off evil, become as common as the prayers before sleep. The water horse, though terrifying, is never thought invincible. Like all spirits, it has weaknesses, and human craft seeks to exploit them. The first weapon is iron. Blacksmiths occupy a near-sacred place in Highland imagination, shaping not only tools, but talismans. An iron nail driven into a doorway is thought to repel restless forces. An iron bridle clasp, hung by a hearth, doubles as charm. Against the Kelpie, villagers say, iron burns like fire. A traveler carrying a simple knife might brandish it when a strange horse approaches, hoping the blade alone will reveal the disguise. A ferryman's pole tipped with iron becomes more than practical. It is shield. Salt, too, carries power. Easily scattered, easily pocketed, it serves as a portable barrier. Mothers slip grains into their children's pockets before market day, instructing them never to empty it near the water. When cattle are led across a ford, a handful of salt is thrown first into the current. Some stories claim the Kelpie cannot cross salted ground, retreating with a hiss. Whether true or not, the act steadies the heart, and that in itself strengthens resolve. Then comes rowan. The rowan tree, known for its bright red berries and resilience in poor soil, gains renown as the most protective of woods. Branches are tied above doorways, twigs woven into crosses, strips hung on bridles. A rowan switch carried in the hand is believed to sting the Kelpie, breaking its spell long enough for escape. In some districts, rowan smoke is wafted over newborns to shield them from any spirit that might covet them. Even spoken charms carry weight. Simple rhymes, half prayer, half command, are recited when passing by water at dusk. Children chant verses taught by their grandmothers, each word a thread in the net of protection. Some combine Christian invocation with older cadences. Christ keep me, water spare me, horse of shadow, you shall not snare me. Such formulas echo across generations, binding fear into ritual that reassures as much as it defends. Calendrical rites also serve. On Samhain, when the veil is thinnest, households double their defenses. Doors are sprinkled with salt, rowan crosses are refreshed, and iron tools are left visible. On Beltane, fires are lit, not only to welcome summer, but to cleanse and protect, their smoke believed to drive away lurking presences by riversides. These cyclical observances reinforce the sense that the Kelpie is most dangerous when seasons turn, when liminal thresholds yawn open. Of course, skeptics laugh. In 1742, a lowland minister noted in his session records that the people persist in foolish sprinklings and charms against supposed water horses. Yet even he conceded that fewer drownings occurred on feast days when protections were strongest. Coincidence, perhaps, but coincidence repeated often enough feels like proof. Anecdotes of near escapes further sustain belief in these wards. One tale from Moray speaks of a girl who mounted a gleaming horse near the river. As she clung, realizing she could not let go, her brother threw a pinch of salt upon the beast's neck. With a shriek, the horse bucked, casting her free before plunging into the current. Another story tells of a ferryman who, sensing danger, struck the water with a rowan staff, and the ripples themselves recoiled as though stung. Such stories may grow with retelling, but they bind faith to practice, ensuring the customs are never neglected. It is telling that these protections often overlap with daily life. Iron is in every tool, salt in every kitchen, rowan in every hedge. No one must journey far to secure them. The familiar becomes the sacred, a reminder that survival depends not on exotic rites, but on constant, humble gestures. In a way, the Kelpie myth dignifies ordinary objects. A nail, a twig, a pinch of seasoning. Each becomes a talisman against the abyss. Imagine standing at a loch's edge as twilight falls, the water blackening to glass. You feel the itch of temptation, the sense of eyes watching. You whisper the charm under your breath, clutch the knife at your belt, and scatter a grain of salt. Do you truly believe it wards off the Kelpie? Or do you believe because you must? Because without such acts, the night grows unbearable. Many people still think that what matters most is not whether the charm works, but whether the heart is steadied. So what do you think? The layering of protections is itself an education. Children learn early that no one safeguard suffices. Salt and iron together, charm and rowan together. This redundancy reflects life in a land where risk never fully recedes. It mirrors farming itself. One does not sow a single seed and hope, but many. Likewise, one does not trust a single charm against the water horse. The Kelpie, after all, embodies the unpredictable power of water itself, and who would face that with only one shield? Thus, the community's defense is not a fortress, but a pattern. Scattered grains, hammered nails, woven branches, whispered verses. Each household contributes to the invisible web, each gesture reinforcing the next. Over time, this web becomes as binding as any chain, not on the Kelpie, perhaps, but on fear. And binding fear is, in its own way, victory. The kirk bell tolls in the valley, its sound rolling across the fields like a steady reminder of order. On Sundays, families file into the parish church, damp cloaks steaming in the packed nave, shoes muddied from the track. The minister's voice rises from the pulpit, condemning superstition with sharpened scripture. To him, the Kelpie is not real. It is either demon in disguise or foolish peasant fancy. He reads aloud from the Epistle of James, "Resist the devil, and he will flee from you." His meaning is clear. No need for salt, rowan, or whispered charms, for Christ alone suffices. Yet, outside the kirk walls, the loch still claims. After each drowning, villagers whisper Kelpie, even if they do not speak it within earshot of the manse. This is the clergy's dilemma. They must uphold doctrine, condemning tales of water spirits as heathen remnants. But when tragedy strikes, their words falter. What sermon explains the sudden disappearance of a child? What psalm mends the grief of cattle drowned overnight? The priest's holy words stand tall, but the villagers' whispered customs run deeper, rooted in lived experience. The tension between pulpit and hearth grows sharper in the 1700s. With the Witchcraft Act of 1736 repealing the death penalty for witchcraft, the state itself declares spirits unreal, reducing such claims to fraud. Ministers echo this stance, warning congregations against clinging to old fables. But villagers, who live beside treacherous waters daily, find it harder to let go. They nod at sermons, but at home still pin rowan branches to doors and mutter charms before crossing fords. Some clergy attempt compromise. In Perthshire, a minister records in 1740 that he blessed a new bridge with holy water, though he privately scoffed at the locals' insistence that such a rite would appease the water horse. He frames the act as a dedication to God, but the villagers, satisfied, believe the Kelpie now barred from that crossing. Doctrine and practice meet halfway, each side convinced it has carried the day. Others take a harsher stance. Letters survive from lowland ministers who scold their flocks for bowing to the heathen horse of the loch. One minister in Fife rails against women tying cloth at springs, calling it idolatry. Yet even he admits, in a private note, that when his own child fell ill, his wife begged to take the boy to a holy well. He relented. The boy recovered. In his sermon the next week, he preached against false cures. But in his heart, doubt lingered. This clash reveals the deeper struggle, authority over meaning. For villagers, the Kelpie explains danger and provides rituals to resist it. For clergy, the Kelpie threatens theological monopoly. If people believe charms can protect them, what need have they for sacraments? If stories hold more sway than sermons, the kirk's grasp loosens. And so, battles over the Kelpie are not only about spirits, but about control. Who has the right to name reality? Records show ministers sometimes refused burial rites for those drowned, under suspicion of folly by the waters. This harsh judgment sought to shame families, implying their grief came from ignoring godly teaching. But such refusals often backfired. Families turned more fiercely to folklore, insisting the Kelpie claimed their kin. Better to believe a spirit than to think negligence or sin caused the loss. Better to blame the lochs' hunger than one's own carelessness. In taverns, the divide sharpens further. Travelers mock the villagers' tales, quoting ministers who denounce Kelpie nonsense. Yet when storms rage and rivers flood, even those travelers pause before dark water, remembering the stories. Here, superstition proves more resilient than ridicule. The villagers' actions, scorned by authority, persist because they serve life directly. Doctrine comforts the soul. Folklore protects the body. Few are willing to risk abandoning the latter. What would you have done, standing at the water's edge after hearing both sermon and story? Would you trust in Scripture alone, or scatter salt just in case? The dilemma itself shows why belief in the Kelpie endures. Faith in God and fear of water are not mutually exclusive. They flow alongside, each reinforcing the other when necessity demands. In the end, the clergy's dilemma is unsolvable. To deny the Kelpie entirely alienates the flock, who know too many drownings to dismiss. To tolerate it undermines the kirk's authority, risking charges of superstition from higher offices. Most ministers tread carefully, preaching heaven on Sunday, but turning a blind eye to Rowan crosses tied on stable doors by Monday. For the people, this balance suffices. They can live with contradiction, for contradiction is life itself. God above, Kelpie below, and human beings caught between. Night settles heavy over Glenelg. The year 1722 marked in memory like a scar. The story is told in hushed tones by firelight, for it begins with a boy, 10 years old, vanishing without trace after boasting of a horse he saw near the loch. His name is recorded briefly in parish burial lists, little more than drowned lad, age 10. Yet in the kitchens and crofts, the tale unfurls differently, thick with detail. Hoofprints in the mud pointing backward, a mane glistening wet though no rain had fallen, laughter echoing over the water as if the loch itself mocked the grieving. The case of Glenelg becomes one of the most cited proofs of the Kelpie's wrath in the 18th century. Neighbors recall the boy's last words, "It's mine, I found it," as he ran toward the shore. His playmates chased after, but when they grasped at his sleeve, it clung fast to the beast's hide as if tar bound him. The horse plunged, dragging him under. The playmates screamed, their voices carried by the mist. Only ripples remained. By dawn, villagers lined the loch's edge, peering into the water for signs, but none surfaced. A coroner's report, if one was ever drawn, does not survive. What survives are testimonies passed mouth to mouth. An old man claims he saw glowing eyes in the reeds that night. A woman swears she heard the boy's voice long after the water stilled, calling faintly from beneath. Each fragment shapes the narrative until certainty hardens. The Kelpie has taken another. Such incidents spread beyond the glen itself. By autumn, markets in Inverness buzz with retellings, each more elaborate than the last. A trader insists the beast reared tall as a stag before plunging. A drover says the horse's breath steamed like smoke, though the night was warm. What matters is not exact detail, but the inevitability of the conclusion. Every version closes with the same refrain. The Kelpie waits, and the careless pay. Ministers record only drowning. Travel writers passing through scribble a few lines about barbarous superstition in the highlands. But for villagers, the story has weight. It becomes a caution sung into lullabies, a warning pinned to the threshold of every home. Mothers hush children by whispering, "Remember the Glenelg boy. Stay away from the water at dusk." Fear becomes education, the loss of one shaping the survival of many. Curiously, such case files blur the line between tragedy and folklore. The Glenelg drowning might easily have been a simple accident, yet the details, hoofprints, laughter, glowing eyes, fold into the wider tapestry of Kelpie lore. In a time before forensic science, people rely on narrative to explain. To accept mere misstep feels unbearable. To invoke the Kelpie makes the loss part of a cosmic pattern. The boy is not just gone. He has been claimed. His death, therefore, has meaning, however cruel. The year 1722 itself offers context. Harsh rains swell rivers across the highlands, turning gentle streams into torrents. Drownings increase, livestock swept away. People seek reasons beyond weather charts. They remember old warnings, thin veil nights, solstice births, omens of silence before disaster. The Glenelg case fits neatly into this framework, a living example of the Kelpie's hunger. Not all agree. Some whisper that the boy strayed too far in play, that his death is caution enough without invoking spirits. But such voices are rare and quickly drowned, if not by water, then by collective will. A single accident feels random. A Kelpie attack explains, instructs, consoles. In grief, pattern is comfort, even if it sharpens the teeth of the tale. How do we decide what is real? Many people still think that when countless witnesses agree, when details recur from glen to glen, year to year, the pattern itself becomes truth. A Kelpie may never appear before the magistrate, but it lives in the loch, in memory, in habit. So, what do you think? The Glenelg case leaves a permanent mark. It reminds villagers that the Kelpie is not an idle fireside tale, but a force woven into daily risk. It proves, in their eyes, that protection is never wasted, that salt and iron and rowan may mean the difference between life and drowning. From that year on, mothers in Glenelg are stricter, fathers sterner, children more cautious. A single absence reshapes the community. As the mist curls again over the loch, the boy's name fades from the parish roll, but swells in folklore. He becomes not just a victim, but a witness, proof that the water horse waits, and that human carelessness feeds it. His story carries forward, binding Glenelg forever to the shadow of the Kelpie. The firelight flickers in a highland croft, and a storyteller leans forward, voice low, as if sharing contraband. He speaks of the Kelpie's tack and bridle, strange instruments that shift its fate. For though the creature is a spirit of water, it is also a horse, bound by the symbols of riding, and like any horse it may be mastered, if one dares. Folklore insists that the Kelpie wears a bridle of its own, fashioned from reeds or woven from strands of lakeweed. This bridle is its soul, its seat of power. To seize it is to hold the creature captive, stripping it of cunning and malice. Some tales describe villagers who, through luck or bravery, snatched the bridle from the beast's dripping head and forced it into servitude. A captured Kelpie might plow a field, carry heavy loads, or even grind the mill wheel, its supernatural strength harnessed for human need. Yet the bargain is always temporary. Sooner or later, the bridle slips free, and the loch claims its servant back with a vengeance. There are stories from Perthshire of blacksmiths forging bridles specifically to bind water horses. An iron bit, hammered with the sign of the cross, was thought capable of subduing even the fiercest Kelpie. One ballad recounts a farmer who bridled a Kelpie and yoked it to his plow. The beast tore through the soil as no mortal horse could, but when the bridle cracked, it turned on the man, dragging him screaming into the loch. To harness such power was temptation. To believe it, controllable, was folly. In Highland markets, storytellers sell cheap charms shaped like bridles, tiny loops of iron twisted by apprentices. Buyers wear them around their necks or hang them above thresholds. These trinkets rarely endure, rusting quickly in the damp air, but their presence comforts. It is easier to face the dark with iron at one's chest, however symbolic, than to face it bare. Sometimes the lore inverts. A Kelpie disguised as a horse lures riders, its own bridle invisible until too late. The rider, trapped, feels reins tighten around his hands like seaweed, the bit forcing itself into his mouth. The tack becomes prison, not tool. Such reversals reveal the deeper theme, control. Will the human command the spirit, or will the spirit enslave the human? In either case, bridle and bit are more than leather and iron. They are metaphors of mastery, symbols of dominance in a world where nature often holds the upper hand. Villagers tell of one famed incident near Killen. A man reputedly found a bridle washed upon the shore, glistening with lakeweed. Against every warning, he carried it home. That night, he dreamt of a horse stamping at his door, demanding return of its tack. By morning, his cattle had broken loose, found drowned in the river. Terrified, he flung the bridle back into the loch. The dreams ceased. The tale endures as proof that the Kelpie's gear is not to be trifled with. This fascination with tack and bridle reflects a deeper cultural truth. Horses are bound to humans by equipment, reins, saddles, bridles. To imagine a spirit horse suggests a similar vulnerability. If it can be ridden, perhaps it can be ruled. The myth offers both fear and hope, the terror of being trapped, the temptation of mastering the master. Ritual technology grows from these ideas. Blacksmiths bless their bridles, dipping them in holy water before sale. Farmers whisper over the bit before slipping it between their horses' teeth. The act carries double meaning, safeguarding the mortal animal and asserting symbolic control over the Kelpie should it appear. These gestures blur practicality with belief, each reinforcing the other. At night, when wind rattles shutters and loch water laps at the shore, villagers debate such stories. One swears his grandfather plowed half a field in an hour with a captured Kelpie. Another insists no man can truly tame the beast, that those who claim to are lying or doomed. In truth, the tale of the bridle endures not because it promises power, but because it dramatizes the eternal struggle between human hands and nature's will. What would you have done if you found a dripping bridle tangled in reeds? Keep it, risking the Kelpie's wrath? Or return it, forfeiting the chance at impossible strength? The choice itself fascinates, for it mirrors the daily gamble of Highland life, to wrestle with land and water, or to respect their dominion. In the end, the tack and bridle motif ensures that the Kelpie is never only predator. It is also quarry, a beast that can, in rare moments, be caught and bound. This duality keeps the legend alive, offering not just fear, but the faint glimmer of control. a promise that even the darkest waters might yield, if only for a heartbeat, to human grasp. Mist gathers low over the moor as dusk presses in. The loch's surface looks calm, yet those who live nearby know better. They have been taught the signs, the wards, the dangers. Still, another question remains: how to detect the Kelpie before it strikes? Over centuries, the community develops a quiet protocol of investigation, a set of practices designed to test the shore, to read the subtle language of water and earth. The first test is in the ground itself. Farmers and drovers scan for tracks where reeds meet mud. If the hoofprints face the wrong way, pointing back toward the land rather than into the loch, they step away without hesitation. Some bend low, pressing a palm into the print, whispering a short charm. If the ground feels unusually cold, the verdict is clear. A Kelpie has passed. Another method involves watching for reeds broken at strange angles, natural disturbances, wind, cattle, otters, leave chaotic patterns. But when reeds lie snapped in straight lines, bent as if by hooves moving in single file, suspicion deepens. Children are trained to read these signs like letters, their elders turning investigation into a form of literacy. To fail to notice is to risk drowning. Animals, too, play a role. Dogs refuse to drink when a Kelpie lingers nearby, whining and tugging at their master's sleeves. Horses snort and stamp when led to certain banks, backing away with whites of eyes exposed. In such moments, people heed their beasts. Instinct, they believe, discerns what human sight cannot. A bridle is left loose, a ferry delayed until morning. Better to anger one's employer than the loch's hunger. Villagers sometimes toss pebbles into the water, watching the ripples. Normal waves scatter outward, fade evenly. But if the ripples tighten unnaturally or circle back as though pulled inward, it is read as a sign of presence. Some claim to see faint shapes beneath the surface. Hooves, manes, a shadow gliding just below. Whether true or imagination, the act of looking itself is ritual, proof that vigilance has been observed. Sound is another key. The silence of birds, sudden, unnatural, alerts villagers to pause. A blackbird that falls quiet mid-song, a heron that lifts and flees without cause. These omens suggest something stirring beneath. Fishermen sometimes strike the water with an oar or staff, listening to the echo. A hollow, booming reply means emptiness, but if the sound dulls, muffled as though by a body lurking below, they step back at once. Stories tell of bells rung to expose the Kelpie. In one Perthshire tale, villagers carried a handbell from the kirk to the riverbank, ringing it 3 times. The water churned, frothing white, though no wind blew. Some swore they glimpsed a dark muzzle breaking the waves before it vanished again. The bell, they believed, disrupted the spirit's glamour, making it visible, if only for a breath. Afterward, the bell was returned to the kirk with solemn thanks, though the minister bristled at its abuse. Another investigative practice involves firelight. At night, villagers sometimes hold torches low to the water's edge. If the flame sputters violently, as though struck by unseen spray, it is taken as proof of the Kelpie's nearness. One old rhyme advises, "Hold the light, watch it fade. If the flame bends, be afraid." Though fire near water may always falter, the ritual transforms natural uncertainty into clarity. Case notes survive of near encounters. In 1731, a farmer near Dunkeld reported hearing hoofbeats by the river late at night. Investigating with a lantern, he found fresh prints pointing away from the water. their edges glowing faint in the lamplight with dew. His horse panicked, breaking its tether, and he fled. Later, the parish clerk recorded simply, "Unusual disturbance, no harm." But the farmer insisted he had looked upon the Kelpie's passing. To him, the absence of harm was no dismissal. It was proof his caution saved him. Such investigative protocols spread by word of mouth, not official decree. They are passed from grandmother to grandchild, from shepherd to apprentice. Each method, footprint, reed, bird, ripple, flame, adds a thread to the community's net of survival. Skeptics dismiss them as superstition, but those who live daily at the loch's edge know better. They cannot afford to wait for certainty. A false alarm costs only time. A missed sign costs a life. What would you have done, lantern in hand, seeing backward tracks at the water's edge? Step closer for proof, or turn home with suspicion unanswered? In that hesitation lies the power of the legend. It teaches that doubt itself is wisdom, that restraint is survival. Thus, the Kelpie shapes not only fear, but vigilance. It becomes an instructor, forcing attentiveness to detail, sharpening senses dulled by routine. Every reed, every silence, every ripple is charged with meaning. And through this constant reading of the world, the people forge a culture where caution is not cowardice but strength. They choose the west bank of Loch Mari because the water there shelves dark and sudden, because the reed beds hush the wind, and because the old people say that if anything listens, it listens from that bend. The year lies somewhere in the middle of the 18th century. Barley is poor, fish are better, tempers kept even by necessity. No one writes an invitation. Word spreads by nod and glance. By dusk, 30 souls step from the birch shadows and stand where gravel gives way to peat. The air carries that iron tang found only at deep water. Midges embroider every wrist. Someone coughs. Someone crosses themselves despite the minister's presence. Someone whispers the boy's name from Glenelg and lets it vanish into the first thin darkness. The minister from Gairloch has come unwillingly and quite on purpose. He wears his black coat, his mouth set like a clasp. He has brought the kirk's small handbell in a sack and sworn to himself it will be rung for prayer, not for any exorcism. He will not say the word the people want, Kelpie, if he can help it. He has chosen psalms that speak of flood and rescue, not of spirits. He will not dress the water with a face, yet he understands what the water has done to the village ledger. Not one winter passes without a name entered there with the cold word drowned. He will wrestle superstition with scripture, and he will keep the people together around that wrestle as long as the loch lets him. They come as they are, crofters with hands cut by twine, a ferryman with shoulders knotted from poles, 2 blacksmith brothers bringing a chain that could moor a barge, a midwife with rowan sprigs already tied into small red crosses. Children cling to shawls, allowed to watch from behind the ring of adults. Allowed, because fear taught early can save a breath later. The smell is peat smoke carried in wool, wet heather, lamp oil, the faint iodine of waterweed. Lamps are cupped to palms. A hen croaks once from a basket and goes still. They lay out the pieces as if arranging a stubborn patient for surgery. The blacksmith set the chain in a long curve so that one end can be thrown and the other can be kept. They have riveted into 3 links a simple cross, deep cut, the metal still blue from the quench. An iron bridle bit, hammered this morning, still newly black, lies on a flat rock above the wet stones. The midwife plants rowan crosses at the 4 edges of a rough square. cardinal points, north, south, east, west, so that someone who cannot read a map can still feel where they stand. A bag of salt rests by her feet. She watches the water as if it were a face she half recognizes and half despises. No one says whose idea it was to make a circle. The circle appears because that is how people stand when they need each other and do not want to admit it. They choose the smallest shallow cove because a circle around a curve makes a ring twice over. The rope they pass hand to hand is hemp, rough, and each person wraps it once around their wrist as if it were both duty and tether. When the minister sees the rope, he starts to object. What does rope have to do with prayer? But then says nothing. He has held altogether too many hands that let go of the living. "Let us begin," he says, not loud, because loud would be a dare. He nods to the beetle, who brings out the bell. It is not large, but sound carries clean over water. The minister does not ask for 3 rings or 9. He rings once to call the congregation to order, as he would on a Sunday when frost hangs from the kirkyard gate. The note shivers, and we say shivers because it seems to tremble not in the air alone, but in the water, as if the loch can hear. A dog somewhere upriver looses a single baffled bark and is quiet. He reads from Psalm 69 because it says, "Save me, O God, for the waters are come in unto my soul." His Scots turns the line firm and homely. The pages taste of damp. He can feel as he reads the shift in the villagers' chests, words like a plank lay down between one bank and the other. He refuses to look up and see whether anyone mouths Kelpie behind their lips. He refuses to make this a negotiation. When he finishes the psalm, he raises his hand, and the midwife steps forward, pinches salt, and scatters it into the black. The grains fall like stars. Some hiss, some vanish silent. To a stranger, the gesture would look like play. Here it carries weight, the old grammar of appeasement bound to a new sentence of blessing. Salt, they say, stings what does not belong. It also circles what should be kept. A blacksmith kneels and, with a grunt, throws the chain's free end into the cove. It drop lines in a ribbon of darkness and then slithers to the bottom with a dull metallic exhale. He keeps his boot on the near end as if expecting a tug. The ferryman test runs his pole along the water's skin and mutters, "Not blasphemy, not prayer exactly." He simply talks to the loch like a man talks to a horse he needs, but does not trust. The minister shifts to Psalm 124 because it says, "The snare is broken, and we are escaped." Let the people hear snare and think of reed bridles and underwater tack if they must. He will keep the words aimed at heaven. He makes the hand sign he would be careful not to make if presbytery eyes watched him. Nothing elaborate, just a little gate shape in the air, as if to close something. He considers the island offshore, Island Maruibi, Isle Mari, where the ruined chapel still crouches under oaks and yews. He has seen the coins in the well there, bright and rotting all at once. He has read how Martin in 1695, wrote of offerings, and even the sacrifice of a bull made there for healing, practices the Kirk condemned and yet could not entirely starve. He does not say sacrifice now. He says keep us. He hears the people exhale as if they liked the simpler word better. In the ropes of their circle, the people sway. The water listens, or at least they feel listened to, which works the same in the throat. The blacksmiths tend the chain like fishermen tending a net. The midwife tracks the 4 small crosses she has planted, as if they were children, set down to play only a pace away. The children at the back of the crowd imitate an older boy who draws with his toe the shape of a hoof in the damp peat and then silently turns it backward. Their mother nudges him with the side of her foot, not unkindly. A plan exists, such as plans exist at the edge of old things. If the ripples run inward and will not settle, if dogs flatten to earth with a whine, if their rope tenses without visible cause, then the men will step left and right and bring the curve of the chain tighter, as if gathering a net. The ferryman will stake his pole hard into the silt, and the blacksmiths will back him with the chain. The midwife will fling salt until her fingers ache, and then until she must dip her hand into the bag to make her palm dry again. The minister will ring the bell thrice, not for the spirit, not for the circle, but for order, for courage. No one will say into what shape this is supposed to press the water. Pressing is already better than being pressed. Rowan, the midwife says softly, and 3 girls step from behind skirts and plant fresh sprigs along the inner arc of the circle. The minister opens his mouth to say nothing grows properly when men trample it, and then closes it. The berries flash like a small red liturgy against all the black and gray. Now, someone must cross the edge. They have chosen the ferryman because habit makes courage useful in him, and because he has a pole, which is both tool and banner. He unwraps the rope from his wrist, sets the hemp twice around his waist, and pats the knots the way he pats his boat's knots each dark morning. His fingers know them without seeing. He steps to the water. It accepts his boot without complaint. He takes the pole's tip and pushes it outward, then lifts, then sets, the way he would when sounding depth. He has asked for no theater. He has brought none. His breath is steady. He concentrates on not thinking of the boy who laughed last week and is ash now, nowhere, everywhere. If you were him, if you stood where he stands with 30 neighbors making a wall of silence behind you, and a minister standing like an old hawthorn, and the loch in front of you, wearing the face it wears when it means to lie, what would you do next? Would you stab the pole harder and make a noise like you were wanting to wake something? Would you whisper and let yourself be heard only enough? Would you step without the rope to prove some private point? He does not. He is not a fool, and a private point means little at a common water. The first sign arrives not in the water, but above it. Birds stutter to stillness. The reeds, which were remarking on each other in thin voices of leaf against leaf, go mute as if a long hand pressed them flat. The ferryman has the odd thought that he can hear the blacksmith's palms sweating on the chain. Hold, the minister says. And because he does not say it as a minister, but as a man who knows the difference between waiting and freezing, they hold. The water makes a sound at odds with physics. Not a splash, not a wind riffle. A hollow in-suck, as if the loch took a breath under the skin of itself. The ferryman changes his grip and sets the pole farther and meets nothing. He lifts and sets again and meets something. The pole's end booms a soft drum noise through the water and comes back quivering. That is when the chain twitches. No romance here, just a metal surprise traveling through links, then settles, then tightens twice, then holds as if latched. Now, says the blacksmith on the left, and the men with chain hands step in tiny, grudging shuffles, taking slack from the curve. The ferryman takes a breath and, not stupid, steps back far enough that if something rises, it will not rise under his knees. The minister rings the bell because his body knows how to answer a call, and because he has told it to ring for prayer. Sound does what it wants. The note goes out and comes back and hangs without going anywhere. as if held in a wet palm. He feels a child's shoulder against the back of his coat and stands steadier so the child can push without thinking. He reads, not because words will make a machine, but because voice is the only instrument he really trusts. The floods have lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their waves. The midwife sprinkles salt with a practiced wrist. A few grains touch the lamplight like fireflies, and then are simply not there. She imagines each grain as a nail in an invisible hinge. The girls with Rowan stand very straight, trialing bravery on their faces and finding that it fits. The loch shows itself. Not the whole of it, never the whole, but a shape just under the surface that owns an outline the eye is not meant to list. A back bulge, smooth as poured glass, wider than a cart, moving neither forward nor back, but willing. The ferryman's pole seeks it and slips off as if the pole's end had become soap. He sets again and feels the push this time, a mindless muscle push, like something that knows how to push because it has pushed forever. He time slices his life into before this and after this, and then makes himself stop, because that is a storytelling trick, and he would rather be alive than eloquent. The chain bites. You can hear iron take weight. It makes the throat want to swallow. The blacksmith's boot heels plow furrows in the shingle. The circle tightens by the width of a breath. Men who have not prayed all week mutter fragments they learned as boys. The minister says Lord as if the word were a rope end, and then, because exorcisms and fireside tales always feature a clear command and a clear enemy, someone, no one will remember precisely who, shouts the enemy's name. Each weeske. It is not Kelpie and Scots tonight, but the Gaelic weight of it, the loch name, the old country syllables. A few women echo the sound, not loud, not daring, but as people answer their own names when called from another room. Names do what names do. They concentrate fear into a point. The water, which has been hunching under the chain, sloughs away in a single shrug. The chain goes slack hard enough to flip a link. The ferryman staggers. The midwife spills salt and then scoops it from the wet stone with her hand, as if one grain mattered differently from another. The rope around the people's wrists suddenly feels like an ornament instead of a tool, and that alone makes some want to weep. For a second, there is nothing. It is a mean second. Then something thumps the shore 3 yards down. No shape appearing. No back coming up like a black island with ears. Just the shore reacting like a flank receiving a blow. Water climbs a stone that is always dry and is dry again. The chain moves, not because anything now pulls it, but because men want the chain to be doing something, and they pull it themselves. The ferryman plants his pole and stares as if he could stare a thing into making a mistake. The minister's bell-holding hand trembles, not from fear, but from endurance. Sound has costs. His voice, used to reaching rafters and then roofs, has to reach reeds and then something less reasonable. He takes the next psalm without looking. 95, the one that says the sea is his, and he made it, and he lays it over the water's stubbornness like a blanket too small for the bed. Still, a blanket warms what it touches. It would be a relief, and it would be useful for story. If the loch had chosen to split and show a head with mad green eyes, and a mane hung with bladder wrack, and if the chain had then cut like a saw through the kelp of its neck, and the ferryman had put his pole into its mouth like a bit, and the minister had marked its forehead with the bell, and the midwife had salted the wound, and everything had broken along a line that men could tell, and boys could sing. But the water, keeps its favors and its habits. It does not make itself available. It makes itself obvious enough to rearrange breath and posture, and then goes back to being the most patient thing on the hill. They do what people do when something refuses to be solved and must be survived. They lengthen the liturgy until they can carry it home. The minister lets the psalms bleed into the Lord's Prayer and then into silence, which is not nothing but a thing with handles on it. The midwife resets her 4 red crosses with 2 more for good measure. The blacksmiths coil the chain back with that theatrical care smiths sometimes show when they need to hide the fact that their hands are shaking. And if anyone says later that it was the cold, everyone will accept the lie graciously. The ferryman unwinds the rope from his waist and feels the place it has rubbed raw. He will like that ache tomorrow because it will tell him he did not let go. They close the circle not with a flourish, but with a counting, 1, 2, 3, and a pull on the hemp, a ritual so mild that it offends nothing and yet prints the motion into the body where fear cannot smudge it. The people open, which is a different act from breaking apart. Lamps tilt into motion. Boots turn to the track. Someone makes a joke about midges that earns half a smile. Light humor is medicine so tiny you have to lick your finger to pick it up. The minister stays at the edge, watching the dark for the one lesson he thinks he can trust. It is not necessary to win against the water tonight. It is necessary to keep the people in a rope. How will they test whether anything has changed? They have a protocol for aftermath the way they have a protocol for approach. Boys will take cattle to drink at dawn and watch whether the herd blunders as if pushed from behind. The ferryman will count his passes and see if the ferry ropes chafe in odd ways. The midwife will send a girl to the clootie tree and check whether rags snap in a wind that does not appear elsewhere. The blacksmiths will sink the bridle bit on a string and see whether it flecks with rust overnight, while every other iron in the shop behaves itself. A child will kneel in the cabbage patch and listen. If birds sing before breakfast, that will count for something. If they fly and then tangle in their own wings, that will count for something else. No one will try to name the amount. Across the water, Isle Mari hunkers under its trees. If you were to row out, no one is rowing tonight, you would see the old yew. You would see the stump of a cell that sources say once housed St. Maelruba's memory, died 722 by reckonings. You would see coins crusted into the well-like scales. You would remember Martin Martin's note that sick folk came to the island in his time and did things the presbytery condemned, binding with ropes, sleeping on the ground, sacrificing a bull. And you would thread that memory with tonight's chain and salt and rope and find that the needle goes through easily. Old and new do not sit back to back like enemies here. They lean like a bench made for two. The last act belongs to the bell and to what the bell can confess. The minister wraps it in the sack so that it does not talk on the path and thereby cheapen what it has said. He wants to call the night a prayer meeting with unfortunate theatrics. He knows the villagers will call it a standing off with the water horse where the bell spoke and the chain held and the salt hissed for once on something that minded. Between those names stands a kind of peace he will take, because it keeps people from being alone at the shore. They leave. The loch lies down as a beast lies down when it wants to be believed asleep. Wind returns to the reeds as to a choir that needed a breath. A child, already more legend than boy in his mother's throat, receives his name again in the mind of every person who walks home. The rope burns will develop, tender as confessions, When the last lamp has turned into a firefly and then into nothing at all, the chain, coiled on the shore like a black question, moves a link. It is not a fish. It is not the wind, which has forgotten this exact stone in its map of mischief. The link lifts and clicks and lies down. Far out, closer to the island than to the cove, something exhales in a way that is almost a laugh, and almost a cough, and entirely not weather. And then, against the shore where the ferryman had set his pole, hoofprints appear, 4, wetly perfect, pointing the wrong way, where no foot has trod since the circle began. The year is 1731, and Stirling Market bustles with carts, livestock, and voices carrying in both Scots and Gaelic. Among the stalls selling oatcakes and wool, whispers stir about a farmer whose mare met something unnatural at the river. His name, recorded in a parish note only as McFarlane, becomes a touchstone in later retellings. What began as an ordinary evening, leading his mare down to drink from the Forth, ends in a tale still told by candlelight. McFarlane claims he saw another horse grazing near the reeds, darker than night itself, its mane dripping despite the clear day. Thinking it a stray, he led his own mare closer, hoping to tether them together for safety on the homeward walk. But as the two animals neared, the stranger's neck stretched unnaturally long, eyes burning like banked coals. His mare reared, thrashing against the rope, as though she sensed what he did not. The black horse lunged, not toward him, but at his mare, as if to bind itself to her. He swore later that the thing's hide gleamed like tar, and that waterweed clung to its flanks, dripping onto the stones. Terrified, he tried to cut the rope, but his knife would not free it, his hand trembling, the blade slipping uselessly. In panic, he seized an iron shoe from his pouch, meant for the blacksmith's anvil. He hurled it at the beast. The iron clanged against its brow, and in an instant the creature shrieked, a sound half whinny, half human cry, before plunging into the river. His mare staggered, eyes wide, body foaming with sweat, but she lived. McFarlane staggered back to the village, swearing that iron alone saved them. The official record notes only, "Disturbance at the Forth, horse spared, man shaken." Yet the details spill through gossip like ale at a wedding. Some add that the Kelpie left behind a bridle, slick with weeds, which McFarlane buried in his byre out of fear. Others insist the mare never recovered, refusing water unless salt was scattered first. Truth or embellishment, the story anchors itself in community memory, reinforcing what elders always say: iron burns, and vigilance saves. This case becomes a watershed in more ways than one, for it is the first in living memory where a Kelpie's attack fails to kill. Until then, most stories end in drowning, in vanished children, in cattle found floating. But here, the human hand resists, however briefly. The tale spreads like wildfire, inspiring blacksmiths to forge amulets in the shape of horseshoes and bits, sold at market as charms. Farmers hang them in stables, mothers slip them into their children's satchels, ferrymen nail them to their boats. Protection, once whispered, now becomes visible, worn openly as badge and warning both. Skeptics arise, of course. A traveling notary from Edinburgh hears the story and scoffs. A frightened farmer, a horse spooked by shadows, a splash mistaken for spirit. Yet when he himself travels across a ford and his pony balks, refusing to step into the shallows, he mutters a prayer under his breath, despite his disbelief. Skepticism is a coat easily worn in the city, but it grows threadbare at the lochside. The Stirling account also reshapes rituals. Children are told not only of the Glenelg boy, but of the farmer who fought back. Lessons are mixed. Fear of the Kelpie remains, but so does a glimmer of defiance. The message shifts. Vigilance can spare, courage can resist, and iron must never be forgotten. This balance of dread and hope strengthens the tale, ensuring it survives not as paralyzing terror, but as a guide for daily living. What would you have done? Standing with rope in hand, your mare screaming, a black shape lunging from the reeds. Would you have frozen, prayed, or thrown the iron? Such questions ripple through every telling, turning listeners into participants, weaving them into the fabric of the story. The aftermath proves as important as the event itself. McFarlane's neighbors test the riverbank for days, tossing salt, hammering iron nails into posts, tying rowan twigs above the ford. Some swear they hear laughter in the reeds at night, mocking their efforts. Others insist the water grows calmer, subdued. Whether appeasement or coincidence, the people believe their actions matter, and belief in such matters is half the battle. In years to come, when cattle drown or children vanish, villagers recall the Sterling account not only as warning, but as precedent. The Kelpie may be terrible, but it is not invincible. It can be repelled, resisted, even scarred. And that knowledge, however fragile, shifts the balance. The loch still claims, but no longer without contest. The people, armed with salt and iron, with charms and courage, know they are not entirely powerless. Thus, the 1731 Sterling case stands as the first summit in the Kelpie's recorded history, a moment when folklore meets flesh, when fear confronts resistance, when the people's rituals prove themselves not only as comfort, but as defense. It is not victory, but it is survival. And in survival, legends grow stronger. The days after Sterling leave the community buzzing with both fear and resolve. The image of McFarlane hurling iron at the beast lingers in every retelling, and yet for all the power of iron, another question remains. What of those who have already been touched by the Kelpie? The drowned are beyond reach, but survivors, rare though they are, become objects of careful study and ritual. Their bodies and minds carry marks, and the people devise remedies that blend prayer, charm, and practical medicine into a tapestry of healing. When a person is pulled under but somehow resurfaces, they rarely emerge whole. Survivors are often described as dazed, skin slick with an unnatural chill, breath rattling as though water still fills the lungs. Some bear strange wheals on their arms or legs, shaped like rope burns though no rope bound them. These waterweed marks, as villagers call them, are thought to be the Kelpie's attempt to hold them fast, scars from a grip that nearly succeeded. Such marks require immediate remedy, for without intervention, the victim might sicken, slip into fever, or be called back by the loch. The first remedy is salt, always salt. Survivors are stripped of wet clothes and rubbed down with coarse salt, grain biting into the skin until red. This, elders say, forces out the loch's chill, scouring away the Kelpie's touch. Sometimes the salt is dissolved into hot water and poured over the head, an unpleasant baptism meant to wash the loch from the soul. Children cry during the process, but parents insist on it. Better a sting than a grave. Rowan follows salt. Twigs are bound into tiny crosses and laid on the chest, forehead, and wrists of the afflicted. Some families tie a rowan thread around the ankle, believing it tethers the soul back to the body. anchoring it away from the Kelpie's reach. Others burn rowan chips in the hearth, wafting smoke across the survivor's body while chanting protective verses. Rowan binds, rowan saves, water flee this mortal frame, goes one remembered charm. Iron plays its role too. Survivors are sometimes made to hold a horseshoe or iron nail until warmth returns to their hands. One blacksmith in Perth is remembered for heating an iron rod and drawing a circle around a survivor while it cooled, a fiery barrier to keep the Kelpie's spirit at bay. Though dangerous, the gesture was said to work. The victim's fever broke the following day. Not all remedies are so harsh. Some healers brew infusions of chamomile, meadowsweet, or juniper, herbs known for easing the lungs and calming the heart. Mixed with ale or milk, these draughts soothe the body while the salt and iron attend to the spirit. A midwife in Moray swore by rowan ale, a mixture of beer steeped with rowan berries, given to anyone coughing after near drowning. To her, healing required harmony of plant and ritual both. Communities also employ symbolic acts. A survivor might be led to the hearth, sat before the fire, and wrapped in wool fresh from the sheep. Fire counters water. Wool, warm and lanolin rich, returns the body to the land's embrace. The act is less about medicine than about narrative. The person is being reclaimed by the household, marked as belonging here, not to the loch. Stories circulate of those who ignored these rituals and paid dearly. In 1744, near Loch Awe, a young man escaped a Kelpie's grasp, coughing up black water. His family dismissed charms, trusting only in time. Within a week, he grew feverish, muttering of hoofbeats and dripping manes in his sleep. On the seventh night, he rose, walked out to the loch, and was never seen again. Villagers concluded that without salt, rowan, and iron, he remained bound to the creature, his spirit unfinished, vulnerable to recall. Conversely, tales of recovery affirm the remedies. A girl near Banff was dragged into a river but pulled free by her brother. She bore bruises shaped like handprints along her arms. Her grandmother laid her in bed, rubbed salt into the marks, tied rowan at her wrists, and placed an iron nail beneath her pillow. By morning, the girl slept peacefully, and within days, the bruises faded. For years afterward, she wore a rowan bracelet, never venturing near water without it. In these stories, healing extends beyond the body to the community. When someone survives, neighbors gather, offering broth, bread, and presents. They sit by the hearth, ensuring the victim does not slip into nightmares alone. Survival is fragile. Company helps to anchor it. The act of tending becomes its own kind of exorcism. The Kelpie thrives on isolation, on victims alone at the shore. To crowd the survivor with care is to deny the creature further claim. What would you have done had you pulled your kin from the water, skin cold, eyes wild? Would you have trusted salt and smoke, or hurried for the minister's prayers? Would you have done both, hedging against doubt? The villagers rarely chose one path alone. They believed in a layered defense: herbs, charms, psalms, iron. In survival, as in prevention, redundancy was safety. Thus, the logic of cure mirrors the logic of fear. Just as protections multiply before the encounter, remedies multiply after. Each gesture affirms the same truth. The Kelpie may touch, but it does not have the final word. In reclaiming the afflicted, communities prove their resilience, binding not only the body, but the story itself back to the living. The middle decades of the 18th century weigh heavily upon Scotland. Famines creep through the highlands in waves. The lean years of the 1740s, pressing stomachs flat and scattering families across the glens in search of food. Fields of barley fail under too much rain one summer, too little the next. Potato plots wither, sheep sicken, and hunger becomes the language of every household. In such years, the Kelpie grows more dreadful still, not because the creature appears more often, but because desperation sharpens the mind's eye. When the lochs steals in lean times, it feels doubly cruel. As if hunger were not enough punishment, parents caution children with renewed severity. Stay away from the ford, they warn, or the water horse will feed before you do. Stories of drownings, already grim, acquire a new edge in famine years. Each lost child means one less mouth, but also one less chance at survival, one less set of hands to gather peat or herd goats. Fear of the Kelpie thus merges with the gnawing anxiety of scarcity. Hunger itself feels predatory, and in imagination, hunger and water take the same form. A dark horse, dripping and merciless. In 1741, parish registers in Rossshire note unusually high drownings during a season of flooding. Cattle, weakened by poor grazing, stumble at fords and are swept away. Farmers, frantic to save them, plunge in after, only to vanish themselves. Neighbors whisper not merely of swollen rivers, but of Kelpie feasts. The loch is said to grow fat on famine, its surface shimmering with unnatural laughter as villagers bury yet another name. Ballads from this period echo the sorrow. One fragment, collected later, laments. The loch took bairn and cow alike. The field lay bare, the hunger struck. The water horse drank deep that year, and none could fill the churn. Such verses blur practical loss with supernatural dread. The Kelpie becomes a mask for hunger itself, a way of personifying the invisible hand that snatches food from mouths and hope from hearts. Political and economic pressures tighten the noose. The aftermath of the 1745 Jacobite Rising brings harsher rule to the highlands, disarming clans and curbing traditional grazing rights. Crofters find their lands diminished, their cattle reduced, their resilience eroded. In such climates, old fears surge anew. Without power to resist government or landlord, villagers imagine resistance against the unseen. The Kelpie, cruel but knowable, becomes a proxy for larger oppressions. To fight it with salt and iron, to guard children from its lure, is to reassert some small control in a world otherwise dictated by hunger and law. Authorities notice the persistence of these beliefs. In 1748, a magistrate in Inverness scolds parishioners for attributing famine deaths to phantasms of the loch. He urges them to pray for providence, not fear beasts of fable. Yet he fails to grasp that providence feels distant while the water waits at the doorstep. For villagers, the Kelpie is not distraction, but explanation. It bridges the gulf between suffering and cause, turning randomness into narrative. Without such stories, hunger is meaningless. With them, it is at least framed as a battle, however uneven. The famine years also deepen the Kelpie's association with livestock. Accounts multiply of herds vanishing at night, their absence discovered only by strange hoofprints circling the shore. Farmers wake to find drowned carcasses bloated against the reeds, eyes wide as though frightened by something more than water. Such scenes feed conviction that the Kelpie feeds on more than flesh. It feeds on livelihoods, on survival itself. Children's rhymes darken in tone. If you're hungry, mind the horse. Dripping mane and voice so coarse. Follow not, or you'll be fed, to the loch where all are dead. These sing-song warnings, taught in famine years, outlive the hunger itself, passing into later generations as proof that the Kelpie never loosens its hold. Imagine standing in those years, your cupboard empty, your cattle weak, your children thin. Then one vanishes near the water. Would you not rather believe the Kelpie claimed them than admit they slipped away from simple misstep? Superstition in such times is not folly, but mercy. It dignifies loss, casting it as part of a cosmic hunger rather than mere accident. Thus, the famine years entwine with the Kelpie legend, tightening its grip on Highland imagination. The creature becomes more than a predator of individuals. It becomes the embodiment of scarcity, of oppression, of forces too vast to fight. In this way, belief in the Kelpie does not weaken under hardship. It flourishes. For when the land itself starves you, it helps to picture the hunger with hooves, dripping mane, and laughter across the black water. Night draws long in the highlands, and where hunger leaves silence, song fills the gap. Around the peat fires, ballads and stories take the Kelpie's shadow and shape it into verse. By the mid-1700s, the water horse has already galloped far beyond the lochs themselves, becoming a figure in lullabies, tavern rhymes, and wandering minstrel songs. In lean years, these performances help communities endure. In easier times, they keep the lore alive. One Highland ballad begins mournful, sung in Gaelic over a drone of fiddle. Beware the horse with dripping mane. It calls you once, it calls again. The ford is deep, the night is black. Who rides with him will not come back. The song doubles as warning for children and reminder for adults. Its chorus lingers, haunting but steady, the kind that burrows into memory. Singers may not believe every word, yet they sing anyway. For to forget the melody would be to forget the caution. In market towns like Inverness or Perth, ballad sellers distribute printed broadsheets with verses about the Kelpie. Some play it tragic, a maiden lured to her death, her comb and ribbon found tangled in reeds. Others twist toward humor, a farmer thinking he has bridled a fine black horse, only to wake in the mud while his cart lies smashed. These comic turns allow audiences to laugh at fear, to distance themselves from dread. But even in jest, the Kelpie retains its menace, always threatening to rear again. Children's rhymes carry the lore in simpler lines. One common verse: Rowan red, iron strong, keep me safe the whole night long. If the horse should call my name, let the water turn to flame. Mothers hum it while tucking bairns into bed. Fathers teach it at the water's edge as children learn to fish. The rhyme becomes a survival tool, easy to recall in moments of panic. Folk musicians, too, weave the water horse into their repertoire. A fiddler at a sealid might strike a tune called Kelpie's Reel, the bow strokes sharp and sliding, imitating the splash of hooves. Dancers stamp the floor in patterns meant to mimic horse steps. Though always careful to end facing away from the door, superstition insists you must not invite the Kelpie by looking outward. These performances turn dread into play, reinforcing memory while cloaking it in celebration. Travelers write astonished accounts of such customs. An English visitor in 1752 describes hearing a song in a tavern near Loch Tay. The company sang of a black horse, ever dripping with water, which would bear away any who dared mount it. They sang with such solemnity that I could scarce tell if they jested or prayed. His confusion captures the point. In these communities, story and belief blur. so that even jest serves as shield. At times, the Kelpie enters formal poetry. Robert Burns, though writing later in the century, hints of the water horse in lines about the dangers of temptation by riverside. He never names it outright, but his allusions are plain to those who know the lore. The Kelpie thus travels from fireside chant to literary page, climbing from oral to printed tradition without losing its bite. Songs do more than entertain. They preserve memory. The Glenelg boy, the Sterling farmer, the famine herds, all find place in verse. Ballads ensure that such stories survive not as isolated tragedies, but as shared heritage. A drowning becomes more than misfortune. It becomes part of the great ledger of warning, carried forward by melody. When voices rise together, fear is made communal, manageable, even beautiful. What would you have done, sitting in a tavern after a day's toil, when the fiddler strikes up Kelpie's reel? Would you laugh, stamp your feet, and join the chorus? Or would you feel the old dread stir in your stomach, remembering drownings in your own kin? Both responses live side by side, for that is the power of song. It holds contradiction without fracture. The Kelpie's presence in ballad and story also signals resilience. In famine years, it embodies hunger. In music, it becomes art. To sing of the Kelpie is to defy it, to make beauty out of fear. Communities, bound by loss, find a strange triumph in shaping their dread into verses that can be carried, repeated, and remembered. Thus, by the mid-18th century, the Kelpie is not only a haunting figure at the loch side, but a character of the human voice, a rhythm in the fiddle, a warning woven into children's chants. In song, the creature ceases to be solitary. It becomes part of the people's chorus, reminding them that while water may claim bodies, memory belongs to the living. Not all voices sing the same tune. Alongside the ballads and whispered warnings rise the skeptics, men of letters, traveling clerics, lowland lawyers, who write against the Kelpie as though to banish it with ink. By the mid-18th century, as Enlightenment thought spreads from Edinburgh's salons to parish schools, the water horse becomes a target for ridicule, a relic of what civilized minds should leave behind. Travel journals from the 1740s brim with such dismissals. One English visitor notes in his diary that Highlanders still believe in horse-shaped demons lurking in their lakes, though I suspect their drowned cattle owe more to poor fencing than to spirits. He laughs at the backward hoofprint, calling it a trick of soft mud pressed by herds in haste. His tone is confident, yet it reveals more curiosity than certainty. After all, he still felt compelled to write of it at all. Scottish writers join the chorus. Ministers pen pamphlets urging parishioners to put away old wives' tales. One tract, printed in Glasgow in 1747, declares, "The Kelpie is but the shadow of ignorance, an invention to explain accidents where reason would suffice." Such voices link superstition with poverty, insisting that modern improvement, drainage of bogs, construction of bridges, education in schools, will end belief in the water horse. Yet, for every skeptic's pen, there is a villager's rebuttal, spoken quietly but firmly. "If it is fancy," one crofter is said to have remarked, "then why does the fancy always strike where the water runs deepest?" For locals, skepticism often rings hollow, detached from the lived dangers of loch and ford. To mock the Kelpie is easy from a city desk. To mock it while burying a drowned child is unthinkable. Still, these skeptical accounts have impact. They shape how outsiders view the Highlands, casting its people as quaint, credulous, backward. Satirical prints circulate in Edinburgh, showing peasants scattering salt into a stream while a scholar points and laughs. Such caricatures sting, yet they also reinforce identity. Highlanders respond not with apology, but with stubborn persistence. Let them laugh. They do not live here. In some households, belief adapts. The Kelpie is no longer spoken of as literal horse, but as metaphor, a way of explaining the unpredictable. A ferryman might wink and say, "The Kelpie stole my oar," when it is simply lost in current. Humor shields against ridicule while keeping the old name alive. Thus, skepticism, ironically, helps the Kelpie endure, forcing it into new forms that outsiders cannot quite erase. Letters between clergy reveal private doubts as well. A minister in Elgin writes in 1753 that though he preaches against superstition, he cannot deny the unease he feels at certain lochs. "I do not believe in Kelpie," he confesses, "but I do not like to linger at the shore when the birds grow silent." This tension shows that skepticism is often less absolute than it pretends. Doubt does not extinguish dread. It only silences it in public. Enlightenment thinkers also attempt to explain the legend. Some suggest the Kelpie arises from sightings of seals in fresh water. Others point to night terrors, hallucinations brought on by exhaustion or fever. Still others argue the legend cloaks human crimes, drownings, assaults, theft of cattle blamed on a spirit rather than a neighbor. These theories have merit, yet they fail to touch the emotional truth of the tale. For villagers, the Kelpie is not about zoology or psychology. It is about risk, grief, and the need for order in a world that often denies it. What would you have thought, hearing a scholar insist that the Kelpie is only seal mistaken for steed? Would you nod, relieved, or bristle, recalling the hoofprints by your own door? The clash between ink and lived memory asks this question again and again. For many, the answer is both. Reason offers comfort, but story offers meaning, and meaning proves harder to surrender. By the late 1700s, skeptical voices multiply, but the Kelpie does not vanish. Instead, it grows more layered. To outsiders, it is superstition. To locals, it is heritage. To storytellers, it is performance. To children, it is warning. Each interpretation feeds the other, ensuring the creature survives even in the shadow of ridicule. Thus, the skeptic's ink cannot wash the Kelpie away. It only adds another thread to the tapestry, a reminder that belief and disbelief coexist, that mockery and reverence often walk hand in hand. In trying to silence the water horse, the skeptics merely give it new ways to speak. The year is 1745, and Scotland itself quivers under the weight of armies and rebellion. The Jacobite rising sweeps the Highlands, banners unfurling, drums beating through glens. In such a time of turmoil, the old fears and the new mingle strangely. For amid the march of men and muskets, there are reports, quiet, unnerving, of the Kelpie appearing not only to crofters, but to soldiers. One such account comes from a soldier billeted near Elgin. He later tells, in a voice marked by both pride and unease, of marching at dusk along a riverside road. The men, weary from the day, long for rest. Then from the reeds emerges a dark horse, glistening as if soaked, yet no rain had fallen. It stands without tether, mane dripping, eyes catching the light of torches with a coal-bright gleam. The soldier swears he felt a pull, as though the beast invited him to mount. He resisted, clutching his rosary instead. When he looked again, The horse was gone, only water rippling in its place. His comrades laugh, dismissing it as fatigue, yet they note that the man keeps glancing toward the river, uneasy. By morning, he ties an iron nail into the lining of his coat, saying it steadies his heart. Even among hardened men of war, the old habits return. The Kelpie, in this moment, crosses from hearthside legend into the field of battle. Other stories ripple from the same year. Highlanders on campaign claim to have seen a riderless horse shadowing their column at night, vanishing whenever approached. Some call it an omen of defeat, a spectral scout of the English. Others, more steeped in lore, mutter that the water horse rides where blood will spill, drawn to the scent of coming loss. In a land where every stream can become battlefield boundary, the Kelpie's presence feels fitting, an echo of death moving silently beside the living. Parish notes in Moray mention an unusual entry that summer. Rumor of spirit horse at the lossy, troubling soldiers. The minister condemns it as folly, yet the fact he records it at all reveals its hold. Soldiers, outsiders to the glen, bring the story back with them, spreading the Kelpie further afield. By war's end, tales of water horses appear in barracks, taverns, and even military diaries, blending with accounts of musket fire and marches. The timing matters. 1745 is a year of upheaval, when certainties collapse and loyalties fracture. In such times, omens carry weight. A strange horse at the riverbank is not dismissed as chance, but read as symbol of coming loss, of betrayed trust, of the thin line between survival and drowning. The Kelpie becomes not just guardian of lochs, but herald of conflict itself. Some skeptical voices suggest these sightings arise from exhaustion, fear, and hunger on campaign. Soldiers, pushed to their limits, may conjure visions to make sense of unease. Yet for those who lived through it, the memory is clear. One Jacobite veteran, writing decades later, recalls, "I feared musket ball less than the dripping horse I saw by the Dee. The one could kill me quick, the other would keep me under." His words reveal that even in memory, the Kelpie's dread surpasses the battlefield. What would you have done? A soldier weary, stumbling past a riverbank at night when a riderless horse appears, gleaming wet. Would you mount, grateful for a beast in a time of war? Or would you remember the warnings of childhood, clutch iron and turn away? Such choices, however imagined, keep the legend alive in every telling. By 1745, then, the Kelpie has shifted roles. No longer confined to crofts and fords, it strides into history, witnessed by men who carry muskets and wear uniforms. War does not erase the water horse, it amplifies it, weaving it into the fabric of national struggle. For in chaos, omens multiply, and in omens, the Kelpie finds fertile ground. Thus, the Elgin encounter, whispered in barracks and remembered in letters, becomes emblematic. The water horse proves itself not only a threat to lone children or cattle, but a companion of upheaval, haunting soldiers as surely as it haunts crofters. Its dripping mane glistens across history, reminding all who march beside water that the loch waits, patient, hungering still. The decades roll forward, and with them grows the hand of authority. Where once priests argued with villagers, now magistrates step in with firmer tools, statutes, bans, proclamations. By the mid-1700s, civic records reveal a curious shift. Officials not only dismiss Kelpie tales, but actively legislate against them, fearing the damage such stories cause to commerce and order. In Inverness, 1752, a parish report complains of ferrymen refusing night crossings after rumors of a Kelpie near the Ness. Trade stalls, markets delay. The magistrates respond with fines for refusal of lawful passage. Their reasoning is practical. If fear halts ferries, goods rot, livestock languish, armies stumble. A legend becomes, in their eyes, an obstruction of economy. They cannot chain a Kelpie, but they can chain a ferryman's purse. Elsewhere, bans on Kelpie talk appear in session notes. In Ross-shire, 1757, a minister records that magistrates demanded people cease public rumor of water horse attacks on pain of reprimand. Officials believe such tales encourage negligence, that villagers blame spirits for drownings instead of improving safety. A child falls in? It is the Kelpie. A cart tips at a ford? It is the Kelpie. To the magistrates, this lore excuses carelessness, costing lives and money. They press the kirk to preach harder against it, yet suppression breeds resistance. In Elgin, villagers gather privately, whispering Kelpie warnings despite threats of fine. One woman, questioned in 1760 for tying Rowan at a bridge, answers simply, "Better to pay the shilling than bury another son." Her words echo the common sentiment. Authority may write laws, but the loch writes louder. Tension sharpens when officials themselves falter. A sheriff traveling from Perth to Dunkeld in 1763 reportedly orders a halt when his horse refuses to ford a river. Witnesses note he mutters about spirits abroad before commanding a detour. Later, in court, he mocks superstition. But the memory lingers. Even magistrates, when faced with black water at night, betray their own doubts. The contradiction feeds gossip, strengthening villagers' resolve. Authorities also attempt to reframe the legend. Pamphlets circulate describing drownings as the result of drink or folly. One broadside from 1765 insists, "The Kelpie is no beast, but the drunkard's own undoing, dressed in horse shape by fear." Yet such tracts rarely travel beyond towns. In the glens, oral tradition proves stronger than paper. For every pamphlet, there is a mother singing a rhyme at bedtime, a shepherd muttering charms at the ford. Ink fades, memory clings. What would you have done, standing in a crowded kirk session, while a magistrate threatened fines for spreading Kelpie tales? Would you hold your tongue, nodding in agreement, only to whisper the warnings again at home? Or would you risk open defiance, trusting the loch more than the law? The clash of authority and folklore reaches a peak in cases of testimony. Courtrooms occasionally hear witnesses claim that strange horses lured victims to water. Judges strike the words, refusing to record them. Yet the very attempt to silence proves how alive the belief remains. One Aberdeen record from 1769 notes, "Several witnesses spake of a black horse not natural, but the court disregarded such accounts." The fact that clerks bother to note it at all betrays the legend's stubborn intrusion into officialdom. By the latter half of the century, magistrates grow weary. They realize they cannot outlaw what clings to the tongue and hearth. Instead, they turn to quiet tolerance, ignoring whispers as long as markets run and ferries cross. The bans fade from enforcement, leaving only faint traces in dusty records. But in memory, villagers cherish the defiance, how they kept their lore alive under pressure, how they trusted each other's warnings more than proclamations. Thus, the Kelpie enters a new phase, not only monster of the loch, but adversary of authority. It embodies not only fear of drowning, but resistance to control. In a Scotland reshaped by famine, rebellion, and law, the water horse becomes a symbol of the people's stubborn autonomy, proof that some truths belong to hearth and shore, not to court and statute. The forge glows red in the twilight, sparks spitting as hammer meets anvil. Blacksmiths, already half-magicians in the eyes of their neighbors, carry a reputation for crafting not only tools, but defenses against what lurks in water. Their shops smell of iron, smoke, and sweat, ingredients villagers believe hateful to spirits. By the late 1700s, the Kelpie and the blacksmith are bound together in legend. One a terror of water, the other a master of fire. Iron, the old people say, is the water horse's bane. And so the blacksmiths take this belief and give it shape. Bridles, bits, nails, and chains fashioned not only for cattle or cart, but for unseen battle. A simple nail driven into a ferry post is said to keep the Kelpie from capsizing boats. A horseshoe nailed above a stable door wards off the beast from mingling with mortal stock. Some smiths stamp crosses into their work, careful to do so only when the bar is still hot. So the fire seals the prayer. Stories gather around these charms. One Perthshire tale tells of a smith who forged a bridle with a cross cut deep into its brow band. When a Kelpie rose from the loch in the form of a fine black stallion, the smith threw the bridle over its head. Instantly, the creature was bound, forced to carry stones and timber for the village bridge. For a year it worked, silent and furious, until the bridle rusted. One night it slipped free, plunging into the water with such force that the bridge shook. To this day, locals claim the bridge stands stronger than any built since, for the Kelpie's strength lies in its stones. Chains, too, carry stories. In Galloway, smiths forged long iron links to net the water horse, casting them across a ford where drownings were frequent. Villagers believed the clatter of chain across current made the Kelpie shrink away. Though no official ever confirmed it, fewer drownings were noted in the parish ledger afterward, which to the people was proof enough. Even small tokens become wards. Travelers carry iron keys in their pockets when crossing lonely streams, jangling them like bells. Shepherds tuck iron nails into their belts. One rhyme insists, "Rowan red and iron black, keep the Kelpie off my track." Blacksmiths, aware of this reliance, sometimes gift a nail freely when shoeing a horse, calling it the poor man's bridle. Yet iron's role is not only practical, but symbolic. Fire and forge are the opposite of water's chill. To hammer iron is to claim mastery over nature, to bend what resists into usefulness. Villagers believe this same defiance extends into the unseen. If the smith can tame fire, perhaps he can tame the horse that haunts the loch. Some even whisper that smiths know the Kelpie's true name, though such claims are never spoken in daylight. Not every story ends triumphantly. A smith in Moray was said to have bragged he could bind any Kelpie alive. One night, a dripping horse appeared at his door. He rushed to throw a chain over its neck, but the links melted like wax in his hands. By morning, his forge lay cold, his tools rusted, and he was never seen again. Villagers shook their heads. Arrogance, they said, offends both God and the loch. The tale reinforces humility. Iron is strong, but the Kelpie stronger still when pride enters the balance. Historical records nod quietly toward these beliefs. Inventories of rural households often list iron charms without detail. A ferryman's will from 1764 leaves to his son, "The bridle with mark upon it," no further explanation. To outsiders, such items look like common tack. To locals, they are defenses forged in both fire and faith. What would you have done if you were a smith asked to craft a chain not for cattle, but for a spirit? Would you hammer it proudly, or shudder at what task you invited. The question lingers in every glowing forge, every anvil strike. For blacksmiths stand at the crossroads, between craft and magic, between daily work and eternal fear. Thus, the Kelpie's legend entwines with iron. The beast may be born of water, but its shadow stretches into the smithy, into every nail hammered into beam, every shoe set to hoof. In the clang of metal lies reassurance, in the gleam of iron a quiet promise. The loch may hunger, but the people are not helpless. They carry fire in their pockets, and with it, the strength to face the dripping horse when it comes. By the late 18th century, the Kelpie legend has spread far beyond its native glens. It becomes not just a fireside tale, but a printed curiosity, noted in travelogues, discussed in polite society, even debated in lecture halls. And with this broader audience comes something unexpected: tourism. Strangers journey north not only for heather and highland cattle, but to glimpse the haunted lochs, where water horses are said to dwell. In 1778, a London travel writer named Thomas Pennant publishes his tour in Scotland. Among its many observations, landscapes, customs, ruins, he includes mention of the vulgar belief in aquatic demons, commonly styled Kelpies. His tone is mocking, yet his words ignite fascination among his readers. Soon, genteel families from Edinburgh and Glasgow take carriages into the Highlands, asking guides to point out Kelpie stones or drowning pools. To locals, such curiosity feels odd. Why would anyone seek the presence of dread? Yet to outsiders, it is spectacle, a brush with the wild and untamed. Guides, quick to see profit, polish the legends. They embellish details, weaving together Glenelg's drowned boy with Stirling's iron-brave farmer, shaping the stories into performances for coin. Broadsides are sold at fairs, featuring crude woodcuts of horse-headed monsters dragging riders into dark waves. Souvenir tokens, rowan sprigs tied with ribbon, miniature horseshoes, appear on stalls, transforming protective charms into curiosities for collectors. Thus, the Kelpie begins its strange metamorphosis into commerce. Not all locals welcome this trade. Ministers grumble that superstition, instead of fading, now earns coin. Crofters worry that legends treated as entertainment lose their sharp edge of caution. One letter from 1781 laments, "Our grief is made their diversion. The loch where we lost a child is for them a theater." Yet others welcome the money. Inns prosper. Ferrymen find new customers. Storytellers earn where once they gave freely. Poverty makes pragmatists of many. By the 1790s, the Kelpie also enters art. Painters of the Romantic school, inspired by both folklore and landscape, begin sketching dark steeds at twilight shores. One famous engraving by Alexander Runciman shows a dripping horse rearing from a stormy loch, eyes aflame, mane tangled with weed. Prints of such images circulate widely, fixing the Kelpie as both terror and beauty. For the first time, outsiders see the creature not merely as demon, but as symbol of nature's sublime power. Dangerous, alluring, irresistible. This fascination reaches across Europe. German Romantic writers compare the Kelpie to their own Nix and Wassergeist. French travelers speak of it as cousin to the cheval marin. Through translation and adaptation, the Kelpie becomes part of a broader tapestry of European water spirits, its Scottish roots preserved but its meaning stretched. What once served as local warning now adorns foreign salons as exotic lore. The paradox is sharp. At home, belief remains practical, guiding daily caution at the ford. Abroad, the Kelpie becomes aesthetic, an emblem of mystery and the picturesque. For villagers, the creature still threatens. For tourists, it entertains. The two perspectives coexist, never quite reconciling. Imagine yourself in that era. An Edinburgh visitor, carriage rattling northward, eager to hear a guide whisper of kelpies at Loch Ness. Would you laugh nervously, treat it as play? Or would the dark expanse of water, rippling in moonlight, awaken the same unease felt by crofters for centuries? Curiosity may soften dread, but it rarely erases it. Commerce also alters ritual. Rowan sprigs once bound with plain twine are now tied with ribbons of tartan, sold to travelers as authentic Highland charms. Blacksmiths forge decorative horseshoes stamped with dates, more keepsake than talisman. The Kelpie, once a shadow stalking lochs, becomes commodity, yet the fear it carries ensures the trade never feels entirely hollow. Even those who buy only for novelty still hesitate to throw the charm away. Thus, by century's end, the Kelpie stands at a crossroads. It remains a living danger in the mouths of villagers, a subject of ridicule among magistrates, a muse for artists, an allure for tourists. The dripping horse now inhabits markets as much as lochs, ballads as much as nightmares. And in this mingling of dread and fascination, its power only grows. By the turn of the 19th century, memories of the great famines and rebellions have begun to soften into heritage. Where once the Kelpie was a lurking threat, now it increasingly becomes a character in festivals, folk tales told on winter nights, and stories spun for the amusement of travelers. The creature that terrified crofters begins its strange second life as symbol and spectacle. In some Highland villages, annual fairs develop rituals tied to the water horse. Children carry carved wooden figures of horses draped with weeds, paraded down to the loch's edge before being cast adrift. Parents say the act feeds the Kelpie early so that no one drowns in the year to come. To outsiders, it looks like play, a quaint folk custom. To locals, it retains a serious undertone. After all, the loch is still dangerous. Dressing the ritual as pageantry allows the old fear to survive under the guise of tradition. Poets and antiquarians, eager to preserve ancient lore, publish collections that include Kelpie verses. In 1806, Walter Scott references water horses in his minstrelsy of the Scottish border, noting their place among river spirits of legend. His words, though more literary than literal, lend new dignity to the tales. The Kelpie moves from whispered fireside warning into printed poetry, joining the national canon of romanticized myth. Artists, too, embrace the imagery. Painters depict maidens lured by sleek horses at twilight shores, scenes as much allegory as folklore. Audiences read into them themes of temptation, lust, and betrayal. The Kelpie becomes less a monster of the loch and more a symbol of human folly, seduction by what glitters wet and wild. This shift does not erase the older dread, but overlays it, giving the story moral weight for genteel readers. Tourism flourishes. By 1820, guidebooks to the Highlands advertise Kelpie pools as attractions. Innkeepers claim certain lochs are notorious for sightings, though skeptics whisper that tales are invented for coin. Visitors, however, do not mind. They want shiver as much as truth. A family from London writes in a travel diary, "The children thrilled to hear of the demon horse at the loch. We purchased a rowan sprig, though it seemed but common wood." Such purchases, frivolous or not, spread the name of the Kelpie far beyond its native waters. Meanwhile, locals adjust. Where once Rowan was tied in hidden knots, now it is displayed openly in windows as heritage. Blacksmiths craft iron charms with ornamental flourish, sold as tokens of Highland magic. The act of protection merges with pride of identity. To say we guard against the Kelpie becomes a way of saying we are Highland, we remember. In this way, the legend transforms from immediate fear to marker of belonging. Skeptical voices do not vanish. Ministers still warn against heathenish nonsense. Enlightenment thinkers dismiss the Kelpie as metaphor for undertow or quicksand. But these dismissals only push the story further into the realm of tradition. The water horse ceases to be a superstition to be disproved. It becomes a heritage to be celebrated, or at least indulged. What would you have done, standing at such a festival, watching children laugh as they send a weed-draped horse carving across the water? Would you laugh with them, treating it as play? Or would you remember the darker tales, shivering at the thought of what waits beneath? That ambiguity is the essence of heritage, the mingling of dread and delight. By this stage, the Kelpie has shifted yet again in cultural role. No longer solely predator of the loch, it is now emblem of memory, performance, and even pride. Where once it stalked children by moonlight, now it rides in procession, painted on broadsheets, celebrated in poetry. But beneath the festivity lies the same undercurrent. Water is dangerous. Life is fragile, and stories are the rope that ties community together. Thus, the Kelpie survives not by hiding in lochs alone, but by swimming into heritage, wearing new costumes of art, pageant, and literature. In this transformation, it proves the oldest truth of folklore, that monsters do not die when people stop fearing them. They endure when people start remembering them. The 19th century ushers in a new lens, medicine, science, and psychology, through which old tales are re-examined. The Kelpie, once whispered as certain danger, is now dissected in pamphlets and journals as a symptom of human imagination. Doctors, naturalists, and schoolmasters begin to ask, what lies beneath the dripping mane? Physicians note patterns in drowning. Rural doctors traveling through Perthshire or Ross record how fatigue, drink, or sudden cramp often precedes death in the loch. They remark that bodies recovered bear weed marks on limbs, those very scars once thought to be the Kelpie's grip. To them, such bruises are natural, formed by current and reed. Yet villagers nod, insisting that the old explanation matches the new. Weeds may bruise, yes, but why do they bruise in hand-shaped patterns? Science provides description, folklore provides meaning, and the two circle without touching. Psychologists, a profession just forming, view the Kelpie as projection of fear. They argue that lonely paths by water invite hallucination, shadows mistaken for horses, fatigue breeding visions. The mind, one Edinburgh lecturer writes in 1824, creates horse and rider from ripple and moon. His words echo rationalism, yet the audience shudders all the same, for they know drownings continue regardless of theory. Naturalists pursue another angle. They claim seals wandering upriver or great stags swimming lochs gave rise to Kelpie sightings. Travelers, catching a glimpse of sleek shapes in dim light, might mistake them for horses. These explanations soothe urban readers, but leave Highlanders unconvinced. Few in Glenelg, after all, would confuse stag for steed. The creature in their stories neighs, speaks, even laughs, qualities no seal possesses. Others draw ecological lessons. They note that drownings peak in flood years or during harvest. when exhausted farmers cross swollen streams. Thus the Kelpie, in modern lens, becomes symbol of hazard itself, the ever-present risk in a land where water runs through every valley. Ministers begin to adopt this explanation, preaching that the Kelpie of sin lures men into dangerous paths, metaphor rather than monster. Yet even as allegory, the creature survives. Case studies reflect this shift. A doctor in Inverness, 1831, treats a boy pulled from a river. The child insists he saw a black horse beckoning him. The doctor records it as fevered fancy. But in the village, the tale spreads as proof that the Kelpie nearly claimed another. Two truths coexist. The medical file notes hallucination, the fireside story notes encounter. Neither erases the other. Scholarly debate circles, and here the required phrase appears. Many people still think that these accounts record more than accident or fear, that something moves in the lochs unseen by science. So what do you think? Is the Kelpie no more than weed and moonlight? Or does the persistence of the tale itself argue for something deeper? At the same time, writers of the Romantic Age embrace the legend anew. To them, science does not kill the Kelpie. It heightens its allure. The water horse becomes emblem of the sublime, nature's terror dressed in poetry. Poets speak of rivers as tempters, lochs as dark mirrors of the soul. Painters depict riders clutched in watery embrace, less as reportage than allegory of passion, greed, or despair. Thus, while doctors try to close the story, artists fling it open wider. Villagers adapt pragmatically. They do not reject science, but neither do they abandon ritual. A mother may send her child to school with a rowan sprig hidden in the satchel, even as the boy learns about currents and undertow. A ferryman may nod at lectures about eddies, yet still hammer iron nails into his boat. Knowledge and superstition coexist, not as rivals, but as layers of defense. What would you have done, hearing a lecturer explain away the Kelpie as fatigue and shadow, then walking home past a silent loch at midnight? Would the theory warm you, or would you clutch your iron key just in case? Such is the divide between daylight reason and nighttime dread. Thus, in the 19th century, the Kelpie becomes not less, but more complex, at once superstition, metaphor, medical case, psychological symbol, and romantic emblem. In trying to banish it, modern thought only multiplies its shapes. The water horse swims freely between science and story, its mane dripping with both weed and wonder. By the Victorian era, the Kelpie carries itself into print with new authority. Antiquarians, folklorists, and collectors of popular traditions gather stories from crofters and ferrymen, eager to preserve what they fear is vanishing. Yet in the act of preservation, they transform it. The Kelpie that once lurked wet and hungry by the ford now strides across pages, catalogued beside fairies, brownies, and banshees. One famous account appears in John Francis Campbell's Popular Tales of the West Highlands, 1860. There, the Kelpie is described in polished prose, a horse-shaped demon haunting the waters, with mane ever dripping, whose touch means death. Campbell carefully distinguishes it from other spirits, noting regional variance. His goal is preservation, yet by binding the legend into book form, he shifts it from living lore into heritage artifact. Villagers who once whispered of hoofprints in the mud now see their fears laid bare on library shelves, available for scholars in Edinburgh and London. Tourism swells. Railways cut northward, depositing city families at lochside inns. Guidebooks advertise Kelpie pools as diversions for the adventurous. A visit to the highlands becomes incomplete without hearing a tale of the water horse. Storytellers oblige, sometimes embellishing for coin. Here, a farmer bridled the Kelpie and forced it to plow his fields. There, a maiden vanished, her ribbon found upon the reeds. The old caution survives, but softened into entertainment. Illustrators seize upon these stories. Engravings show sleek black steeds, eyes glowing, water streaming from manes. Victorian children's books warn of naughty children carried off by the Kelpie, in tones half moral, half thrilling. The monster becomes cautionary tale for polite households far removed from highland lochs. Even nursery illustrations carry a faint shiver, reminding children not to wander near ponds unattended. Yet while outsiders consume the legend as quaint or moralistic, locals keep a different relationship. Fishermen still mutter charms under their breath. Mothers still tie rowan by doorways. For them, the Kelpie is not story, but shadow, an old presence too deeply rooted to be erased by railway timetables. Their rituals remain understated, practiced without spectacle. What the tourist buys as trinket, they carry as necessity. Tensions arise. Some Highlanders resent the commodification. They laugh at what drowns us, one letter laments in 1874. For them it is picture and song. For us, it is memory of sons lost. Yet others see advantage. Tourism brings coin, and coin buys bread. If the Kelpie must serve as entertainment to feed the hungry, then so be it. The legend adapts, as legends do. By century's end, the Kelpie inhabits two worlds at once. In one, it is folklore carefully catalogued, a page in the great compendiums of Scottish myth. In the other, it is heritage industry, painted on pub signs, carved on souvenirs, retold to curious visitors. Between these, however, flows the original current, the lived fear of water, the memory of drownings, the stubborn need to guard against what the loch may still hide. What would you have done, standing on a pier in 1880 as tourists begged for a story? Would you give them the polished tale for coin, or whisper the raw truth of the last child taken? Would you split the difference, offering charm and warning together? The villagers themselves wrestled with that choice, night after night. Thus, the Victorian Kelpie is not diminished. If anything, it multiplies, becoming monster, metaphor, commodity, and caution all at once. The water horse slips its halter again, proving unbridleable even by ink, rail, or tourism. Its mane drips now not only with loch water, but with memory, profit, and imagination. And in the quiet between visitors, when lamps dim and the loch lies black under the moon, locals still glance at the shore. For all the books and broadsides, the truth remains. The Kelpie waits, patient, hungering, as it always has. The 20th century arrives, bringing motor cars, telegraphs, and schools that teach physics instead of charms. Yet the Kelpie does not vanish. Instead, it shifts again, less predator at the loch's edge, more emblem of identity, woven into folklore festivals, tourist branding, and late skeptical reimaginings. Where once villagers whispered to keep children safe, now councils print pamphlets to keep culture alive. In the 1920s, folklorists of the Scottish Renaissance movement revived the Kelpie in poetry and drama. Writers portray it as a symbol of temptation, a mirror of human desires, rather than a literal beast. In one play, the Kelpie woos a maiden not with force, but with promises of freedom, an allegory for modern independence. In another poem, The creature laments its own curse, doomed to drown those it loves. The monster becomes tragic, complicated, almost sympathetic. Meanwhile, the growth of heritage tourism deepens the Kelpie's role as icon. By mid-century, guidebooks for lochside villages describe Kelpie pools with cheerful illustrations. Inns adopt names like the Kelpie's Rest. Postcards show black horses rising from moonlit waters, their menace softened into romance. What once froze the marrow now sells tea towels. And yet, even in commerce, the shadow remains. The image still unsettles, refusing to be fully tamed. In 1933, when Loch Ness erupts in international headlines with reports of a giant monster, newspapers often compare it to the Kelpie. Though Nessie becomes the star, journalists note that Highlanders have long spoken of dangerous water beasts. The Kelpie, older and darker, becomes a kind of ancestor to the new legend. Thus, the old water horse lends its mane to modern mystery, riding into global imagination. By the 1970s, folklorists revisit the Kelpie with new seriousness, examining it as cultural code. They argue that the legend encodes ecological wisdom. Never trust calm water, never linger by fords, never underestimate the loch. Psychologists frame it as projection of suppressed fears, of hunger, of desire, of grief. Feminist scholars note how many tales involve maidens lured or drowned, reading the Kelpie as a parable of patriarchal danger. Each interpretation layers onto the old, adding meaning without erasing the core. Yet, skepticism sharpens too. Modern historians publish papers insisting the Kelpie is mere conflation, drunken accidents dressed as myth, seal sightings mistaken for steeds. Skeptics point to parish records of flood deaths and scoff at mentions of hoofprints. But folklore scholars remind them, accuracy is not the point. Legends persist because they carry emotional truth, not empirical one. Villagers, meanwhile, quietly continue fragments of the old practices. Rowan is still tucked above cottage doors, though now called tradition rather than protection. Iron horseshoes still hang in stables, explained to visitors as for luck, though older folk remember their deeper purpose. Children still learn rhymes, though taught as heritage rather than warning. The rituals evolve, but they endure. What would you have thought? Attending a folklore festival in 1980, hearing a staged performance of a Kelpie tale? Would you clap politely at the actor's dripping mane, or shiver as if the old horse still lurked beyond the stage lights? That line between entertainment and belief grows thinner than it seems. Even as symbol, the Kelpie retains its bite. Thus, in modern times, the Kelpie becomes paradox, dismissed yet cherished, mocked yet marketed, unbelieved yet remembered. Its mane no longer drenches only with loch water but with ink, print, and stage light. It ceases to be merely a danger. It becomes a mirror, reflecting whatever fear or longing the age chooses to see. And still, beneath the surface of Loch Ness, Loch Tay, or Glenelg's waters, the dark waits. Tourists may laugh, scholars may argue, villagers may smile. But when the mist curls and the night turns quiet, few step too close to the edge. Heritage or not, the water remembers. Night settles on the highlands, soft and endless, the loch black as polished stone. The Kelpie's story, carried for centuries through famine, song, ridicule, festival, and scholarship, has reached its quiet turning. By now, it is less a beast to fear than a memory to keep. Yet the edge of dread never fully dulls. The water is still cold. The loch is still deep. and the human heart still wonders what moves beneath. In villages, elders pass the tale less as warning, more as identity. Children are told not that a Kelpie waits to drown them, but that their ancestors once believed so, and that this belief kept them careful. To know the Kelpie is to know one's roots, how people faced floods, how they explained loss, how they preserved caution in a world without bridges or floodlights. The water horse has become a teacher not of fear, but of belonging. Writers of the late 20th century fold the legend into novels, fantasy, and folklore collections. Painters and sculptors depict the Kelpie as both terror and beauty. And in 2013, two enormous steel horse heads, the Kelpies of Falkirk, rise above the Forth and Clyde Canal, each towering 30 meters high. Tourists marvel at them, snapping photographs, scarcely aware that beneath the modern monument lies a centuries-old current of grief, caution, and awe. The legend, once whispered in reed shadow, now gleams in steel against the sky. Yet folklore is not stone or steel. It flows, adapting with each age. Online, the Kelpie reappears in digital art and storytelling forms, its mane glowing in neon, its hooves sparking like fire. Children meet it in illustrated storybooks. Adults rediscover it in horror films and fantasy novels. Each retelling shifts its shape, yet always the same bones remain. A horse, dripping, beckoning, dangerous. What would you have done, standing alone at midnight on the loch's edge, hearing the sound of hooves where none should be? Would you step forward, iron key in hand, whispering the old rhyme? Or would you smile, knowing the Kelpie is only a story, yet still step back from the bank? That reflex is the legend's triumph. Even disbelief carries caution. The Kelpie, then, is not gone. It rides in memory, in art, in heritage festivals, in monuments of steel. It no longer drags villagers screaming into the black water, at least, not literally. Instead, it inhabits the imagination, where it continues to remind us of truths too deep to discard. Water is dangerous, temptation alluring, grief inevitable, survival fragile. To speak of the Kelpie is to honor both fear and resilience. The Kelpie's long journey through Scottish memory shows how monsters are never only about what they appear to be. At the surface, the water horse warns against lochs, rivers, and floods, against the simple fact that water can kill. But deeper down, it speaks to hungers harder to name, the ache of famine, the grief of children lost, the allure of power beyond control. In famine years, the Kelpie embodied hunger itself. In years of rebellion, it mirrored political fear. In times of tourism and art, it transformed into symbol, heritage, even spectacle. Each age reshaped it, but none could erase it. To call the Kelpie just a myth misses its role. It was a survival tool, a cultural language of caution. Iron nails, rowan twigs, salt on the tongue. These were not meaningless charms, but rituals that gave people agency in the face of danger. Even if the Kelpie was never truly there, the belief in it saved lives by teaching vigilance. And when lives were still lost, the story softened grief, turning accident into encounter, chaos into narrative. Today, steel monuments rise in Falkirk, tourists photograph Kelpie pools, and online artists reimagine the dripping horse with glowing eyes. The beast has been commercialized, romanticized, digitalized. Yet when night falls over a highland loch, when the birds go silent and the reeds shift with no wind, even the skeptic may pause. For legends endure not because they are believed, but because they answer needs belief cannot silence. The Kelpie endures because humans still wrestle with water, hunger, and desire. We still face what tempts and threatens in equal measure. And so the dark horse lingers, sometimes feared, sometimes celebrated, always waiting at the edge of imagination. What dangers do we dress in myth today, and which of them will future ages still remember?